The Jockstein years had ended, from 9 in a row and the quadruple to not even qualifying for Europe. Now it was the job of his most loyal servant, Billy McNeill, to pick up the pieces and keep Celtic successful.
Stevens in trouble, there's Joe Miller!
Jockstein had transformed Celtic from perennial failures to the best team in the world. The only team to have won the quadruple, the first British team to have won the European Cup, and the first Scottish team to have won 9 in a row. Since then, the Hoops have been under the weight of 2 trebles won by the team across town, Celtic slumping to 5th place in 1978. It was clear that Stein's time in the dugout was over, hardly helped by the season he had to take off after a car accident in July 1975. Celtic were no longer a club that could hold on to their star players. In the last years of Stein, the club had lost Lou Macari to Man United, David Hay to Chelsea, and finally Kenny Dalglish to Liverpool. The Quality Street kids had been exhausted, with only Danny McGrain still playing for the club. Meanwhile, Billy McNeill's 1975 retirement was still leaving a huge hole. McNeill finally returned to Parkhead on November the 19th, 1977, but as Aberdeen manager, as his team were only just edged out 15 minutes from time, Celtic claiming the points in a 3-2 victory. It was McNeill who had been touted multiple times by Stein himself throughout the campaign. After all, they had got to within 2 points of champions Rangers, while Celtic languished in 5th, closer in points to the drop than Aberdeen. McNeill inherited a club that was not entered into European competition thanks to a final day loss against St Mirren. It was the first time since '62 they wouldn't be gracing the continent. The 78-79 season saw both of the old firm graced with club legends turned managers, as John Greig occupied the Ibrox dugout. The tone was set when Celtic earned first blood at Parkhead.
Great strength. Edmondson's in there to go. Could be danger for Rangers if he gets it in the right way. It's another one. Well, that's a good ball, and it's a double.
This is the 4th and obviously sweetest win from 4 in the league to start the season, as the club qualified for the League Cup's last 16 via both Dundee clubs. The campaign was notable for a near 3-month absence of league competition owing to a torrid winter. Celtic, however, couldn't have been more grateful. It gave them a chance to regroup. Since a 2-1 win at home to St Mirren to end September, they had played 11 fixtures and won just the 1 at home to Partick. Thankfully, nobody had pulled away, and Celtic's 5th position was only 4 points back on the early leaders, Dundee United. It also gave Danny McGrain time to recover from a foot injury that kept him out of Scotland's World Cup effort in Argentina and continue to plague his club career. Early markers on the transfer front were laid down by McNeill when he acquired midfielder Murdo McLeod and the Kilmarnock ace Davy Provan. In one of the last games before the torrent of postponements, Rangers had been able to get revenge over Celtic in the semi-final of the League Cup, and whilst the Hoops had fulfilled cup fixtures in and amongst the league's suspension, they would falter at the first real sign of opposition, Alex Ferguson's Aberdeen after a 5th round replay. Galling, since Celtic's return to the Premier League had seen them eke out a 1-0 triumph over the Dons. A result which had Celtic 8th of 10 teams, but in a strange sort of way, in their absence they only became more prevalent in the title discussion. They remained 4 points off the pace now set by St Mirren, but crucially they had multiple games in hand over the opposition that, for the most part, they still had to meet twice. As McNeill's side worked through the gears defeating Motherwell and Morton at home, there was already half a glance cast to the remaining Old Firm fixtures, both to be played on the final straight in May. Trips to Pittodrie, Tannadice and Easter Road were all dropped points. However, Celtic won every other game, creeping up the division ahead of Rangers by the time the pair were posted at Hampden for the last Rangers home derby. Placed 2nd and 3rd, Dundee United's 35 games compared to the Old Firm's 31 effectively rendered them obsolete in the title race. Alex McDonald grabbed the only goal of the game as opposed Celtic were downed by Rangers 1-0, a result which took Rangers 2nd above Celtic. But as McNeill's men marched through Partick Thistle, St Mirren at Ibrox and at home to Hearts, Rangers had just one game, a win over Aberdeen. Now it was Rangers with the surplus of games. Partick and Hibs remained, while Celtic could solely focus on the derby at Parkhead. Leading by 3 points, a win would confirm the title. Anything else would leave them drastically open to being unseated. Ultimately, and in a farce, the game would not be screened following a television strike. It would live on in infamy as the night 10 men won the league. Down a man and a goal mere minutes into the second half, Celtic rallied. Roy Aitken and George McCluskey goals rallied the Hoops into the lead, only for Rangers to peg them back immediately. Nerve shredded 2 goals in the final 5 minutes rubber stamped Celtic's title. McNeil's first and one hell of a way to do it. The 79-80 campaign started off as well as any other, the Hoops leading the way up to the new year. However, they had been held by Rangers twice and fell to needless defeats on the road at Capello, Rugby Park and Love Street. And yet they carried a 6-point lead over the third placed Rangers despite playing 2 fewer games. Whilst Morton wouldn't be much of a problem, Aberdeen in 4th would. Particularly once the 80s rolled around and Celtic won 4 of their first 12 league fixtures. Most damagingly of all was a home defeat to Aberdeen, who had reeled in McNeil's side into within just 3 points. They had still a game in hand as well, as April trips to Dundee were both without a win. At Tannadice perhaps that was understandable against a Jim McLean side. At Dens Park to the eventually relegated Dundee, unacceptable. It left another showdown at Parkhead 4 games out from the end of the campaign. Celtic still led the league by 2 points, but all the momentum resided with the Dons. However, the title could be effectively taken away from them with a win.
Strachan takes it. Rugby trying to turn it back. Knocked in by Scanlon. Archibald had a chance and it scores. Archie against Clark. 1-1. Kennedy's onside. This is danger for Celtic. Kennedy across. What a chance for McGee. And a goal! Strachan all in the centre. Scanlon checks. Right foot, then left foot. There's a cross. Aim for Archibald. Latchford drops it. Strachan scores.
And with that, everything was out of Celtic's grasp. Relying on heavy favours from Dundee United, they could only get a point out of Ferguson's side 8 days later. While Celtic were able to return to the top with a win at Dens Park, it proved temporary as they suffered another miserable final day against St Mirren, as Aberdeen effectively claimed the title with a 5-0 rout at Easter Road. 7 days later, however, some rare solace.
Headed away by Dawson, kicked back by Snedden and headed by Fasai. McGrain, an astonishing goal by McGrain.
Let's remember it for the winner from McGrain, no matter how fortunate and bumbling it was, and not the riotous scenes that followed afterwards. It meant that Celtic escaped a relentless season with a trophy in the bag. From the other competitions, 2 quarter-finals, one infinitely more memorable than the other. Whilst Aberdeen had Celtic's number again in the League Cup, there was a certain famous night under the Parkhead lights in the European Cup.
Snedden forward as the extra man. Cuts infield. Comes it in left-footed. Keeper drops it. It's going to be a goal. McCluskey scores. Keeper. Snedden floating it across. In comes Doyle with a header. What is the goal? It's a goal. Johnny Doyle scores.
Let's just sweep the 3-0 loss in the Bernabeu reverse under the rug. Juanito was right when he said 90 minuti en el Bernabeu son molto longo, although he hadn't said it yet, but would have been playing in Los Blancos colours anyway. 90 minutes in the Bernabeu was a long time. 1980 ended as it began dreadfully. Not only were there 4 defeats to 2 key title rivals in Rangers and Aberdeen in the league, Celtic had been dispatched from the League Cup semi-finals by Dundee, and Polytechnica Timisoara had done the same in the Cup Winners' Cup last 16 phase. The goalkeeper situation was yet to have been ironed out as Pat Bonner looked to succeed Peter Latchford. Meanwhile up front, Charlie Nicholas had come through the ranks and many were polarised by his qualities. 1 minute, the dog's bollocks, the next, dog shit, but he was still young. 1981, however, saw an immediate uptick. Frank McGarvey was scoring more prolifically, Nicholas improving every week as the year started with 9-1 on the bounce.
Look at this uncertainty. Here's Charlie Nicholas, it must be. Yes.
Robin. Sullivan.
The key match, the one that swung the destination of the title, a 7-0 home win against St Mirren. Whilst not inherently important, it was Aberdeen's loss at Kilmarnock and Rangers' defeat at Tynecastle that left Celtic 4 clear with a game in hand come the middle of March. By holding Aberdeen at arm's length at Parkhead to end the month and claiming victory at Ibrox on April the 18th, the title was almost a formality. Of all places, it was Tannadice next, a mere 7 days after Dundee United had taken away Celtic's dream of a Scottish Cup at the semi-final stage. One more win would seal the championship.
While David Probin looked up, watched McLeod drifting forward and a header for a great goal. by Bunn. Must put it away now.
Even though the league form continued impeccably, with 7 wins from their first 7, the beginning of the 81-82 season was fraught with danger, despite claiming wins over teams like Juventus in the European Cup and away at key rivals Aberdeen and Rangers. And that's because a limp League Cup performance saw Celtic ejected out of the group phase for the first time in a generation, whilst, like Real Madrid 2 years ago, Juventus overturned Celtic's lead in the second leg in Europe.
Potrebbe anche tirare in corsa Virdis, ecco il tiro di sinistro, rete di Virdis, via se Burns, ecco Virdis che tenta di deviare, ecco Provan che aiuta la difesa, ecco McLeod che ha anticipato, Bettega, tiro, rete, ha realizzato Bettega un...
So it was down to the League and Scottish Cup once again as early as October, and while Celtic were only stopped in the league by a clear handball from Ralph Milne at Tannadice, McNeil's side commanded a 7-point lead in the league without true opposition. They would have to make do without Charlie Nicholas, who went down to a broken leg in a reserve game at Morton during a month-long league postponement owing to the traditional Scottish weather. And whilst Aberdeen could boast 2 1-0 wins 6 weeks apart from each other, one in the league and one in the cup, the championship was as good as done, and therefore for Celtic, the season. It was only Aberdeen's relentlessness in the second half of the campaign that kept things alive until the final day. Rangers' best efforts to divert the championship back to Pittodrie futile as Celtic's 3-0 win over St Mirren claimed the title. The beginning to the 1982-83 campaign would be just as relentless, but from Celtic's point of view.
Against one, would you believe? And McCarvey and Nicholas. Is he going to be on selfies? Is he taking it himself? He is. His hat-trick. He's got a lot of players up there, splitting buns, and down goes McCloy. And that's been given. It's a goal by McCarvey.
This is the team who dropped 3 points in league competition from the start of the season up to and including a New Year's Day win at Ibrox. If such a start had been made the prior campaign, the trophy would have been handed out by now. Alas, this was still a 3-pronged title picture with the so-called new firm of Dundee United and Aberdeen still within touching distance as 82 became 83. Celtic had won out in the League Cup, sinking Dundee United in the semis before claiming their trophy against their nearest and dearest. The only true blemish to the Hoops' first half of the season was the unfortunate European Cup run.
Gli spagnoli hanno perso l'incontro pur essendo andati in vantaggio con questo gol di Urialde che abbiamo appena...
McNeil's side had been paired off with Ajax in the first round but got through it with a heroic performance in Amsterdam. Then from the frying pan to the fire of San Sebastian and La Liga champions Real Sociedad, who stung Celtic late on in the Basque Country, which ultimately enough to end their time in the European Cup for yet another year. 83 soon verged into the disastrous, dropping points in 7 of their first 12 league matches. Now, as the league entered April in the final 8 games, you could chuck a blanket over the top 3. Celtic came out swinging, winning 3 without conceding, one of which at home to McLean's Dundee United. This victory would only be equalised on April the 20th when they pitched up at Parkhead and claimed a 3-2 win. The Hoops' lead was down to just 1 point with 4 to play, and a daunting trip to Pittodrie was next. They met an Aberdeen desperate for both points to remain in the race, and an Aberdeen that had ejected Celtic from the Cup semi-final. They triumph again over Celtic, all but handing the title on a platter to Jim McLean. Despite 3 victories to end the season, and despite Charlie Nicholas racking up almost half a century of goals that season, it would be a campaign ending with just the League Cup. That summer would spell the end to both Nicholas and McNeil, for now anyway. The 1983-84 season under Davy Hay had all the hallmarks of being a wonderful one straight out of the blocks, as the new manager got himself comfortable with a win over Rangers in the league at the first time of asking, and a spot in the League Cup semi-finals was gained after Christmas. Despite key losses at Pittodrie and Tannadice, Celtic went into 1984 only 4 points off the pace and with a game in hand. Plus they had competed well in the UEFA Cup.
Il primo gol è di Murdo McLeod, come vediamo, eccolo, splendido pallonetto dal limite.
Beautiful control, good chance here, great chance for Burns, goal!
Beautiful move.
Celtic riuscirà a accorciare le distanze con un gol di McLeod che trova un varco in mischia per un tiro da lontano che batte Sutton.
From a stunning performance in Denmark, an even better comeback against Sporting and a great defensive display against recent European champions in Nottingham, Celtic were undone in the second leg by Brian Clough's side in the last 16. With almost all of January lost to postponements, losing 1-0 at Pittodrie in early February was an unideal start to the business end of the season, especially now that 6 points split the sides. The campaign would delve into unimaginable horrors as March appeared. Double Dundonian defeats in the league preceded a loss in the League Cup final to Rangers. Celtic now rudderless, staring at a still 6-point deficit, but now having played those 2 games more than leaders Aberdeen. 9 points from their next available 10 certainly helped, especially when 4 of those were earned at home to the Dons and against Rangers. Unfortunately, the season hinged on Celtic's trip to Ibrox on April the 21st, one that was lost and one that left an obviously unassailable 4-point deficit, with Aberdeen still holding 3 games in hand. The campaign lurched from disaster to disaster as another Hampden appointment was made, this time in the Scottish Cup against Aberdeen. The team with the ability to win a domestic treble had faltered on all fronts. There was no comparison to the lesser team McNeil had shepherded in his first campaign and won the league with some 5 years previously. The 1984-85 season began in the same vein, a quarter-final exit out of the League Cup at the hands of Jim McLean's Dundee United, as well as just 1 win from their opening 5 league fixtures. And if that was disastrous, their European run was rendered comical with the Rapid Vienna farce.
Stays pass. There's Proven. McClare! Played in by Proven. There's McClare. McAdam is there also. Tommy Burns is in the thick of it. There's Scott McLeod. There it is! Good control from McGarvey. That's for Burns. Won the ball to the keeper, and the referee has given the goal. The goalkeeper came for it. The ball was never in the keeper's hand. Burns got up quicker. And there goes the third goal, mobbing the referee and linesman. We've had a stoppage of about 3 minutes now. The trouble in the box. The Celtic player has gone down off the ball. Like Leo Liner, who was involved. Well, you can, and if that is the view the referee's taking, I think Keenan will be ordered off. There's the red card. Burns in behind the defence. And goalkeeper Ain has exacted his own kind of retribution on Tommy Burns. Another difficult moment for referee Johansson. And there is a missile thrown onto the field. Paul McStay second to it. Still following across towards the referee, protesting now not only about the incident but about that missile being thrown on. And there goes an Austrian player going down, a bottle coming on after the player went down. Now this really is becoming dramatic.
In a tie that Celtic won fairly, UEFA forced them to replay the second leg at least 100 miles from Parkhead. Old Trafford was chosen and the Austrians snuck into the Mancunian night with the 1-0 win. It was they criminally, and not Celtic, competing in the Cup Winners' Cup final against Everton. By 1985, the league had become a write-off thanks to drop points against each of Aberdeen, Rangers and Dundee United. Even though the gap was still only 4 points and 16 games were left, many at Parkhead would concede that Alex Ferguson's side were the stronger of the two. Instead, Celtic had to settle for a run in the Scottish Cup for a consolation prize at the end of what was a frustrating campaign.
Oh, should have done that better. David Dodds. There's a shot, he scored. It is. Here's Aiken. Good drifting ball, it's there, McGarvey.
Admittedly, it was a new firm of Scottish football that had quality, but there was no reason why a team containing talent like Brian McClare and Mo Johnston up top, Paul McStay, Tommy Burns and David Provan in midfield and Roy Aitken at the heart of defence should have been struggling to put trophies on the table. When ejected from both domestic cups by Hibs teams scoring 4 goals against them and early on in competitions as well as a first hurdle exit from Europe, there was no longer an excuse in the 1985-86 season. Celtic started that league campaign at least in near perfect fashion, only dropping 2 points from their first 8 matches. The campaign, however, all swung on a Hearts shock on October the 12th. From then on in, Hearts would not be beaten for months and Celtic limped to just 2 wins before Christmas. Alas, the Hoops had 3 games in hand, so it didn't matter too much that they were in 5th during the festivities. Celtic would only lose 1 more league match, but in the earlier months of '86, the problem became turning draws into wins. 6 draws from 8 fixtures concluded with an absurd 8-goal thriller at Ibrox on March 22nd, a result which left Celtic 7 back on Hearts, but with 2 games in hand and no further fixtures against their title opponents. Hearts remained undefeated in advance of the final day, but were increasingly unconvincing as they edged towards the line. Meanwhile, Celtic belatedly grew into the marathon, 7-1 on the bounce, but it still looked not to be enough ahead of the May 3rd denouement. Celtic needed Dundee to beat Hearts at Dens Park and also win by 4 or more goals at Love Street. 2 teams going for the title, playing away to teams with nothing to play for. It was all going to the wire.
And a great header by Brian McClare. There's Mo Johnston. It's there. It's free on the right. There's Johnston. Way to the byline, here's Conor McLeod, now McStay. Play Celtic offside with Bales, here's Johnston, now Conor McLeod, McLeod.
Getting the substitution as Albert Kidd comes on. Swinging in and swinging very dangerously. There's a goal! In Hearts, looking slightly ragged, it's a great chance. They've done it! 2-0. A brilliant goal!
And that is why the most important player in the 1985-86 season for Celtic was Albert Kidd, who played for Dundee. 2 goals off the bench had sent the championship herring down the A9 and back to Parkhead. Some parts of the subsequent 86-87 season were understandable. Losing to a top Dynamo Kyiv side governed by Valery Lobanovsky falls under that category, as can begrudgingly a loss in a cup final to Rangers. Less forgivable is a slew of unhappy players wanting to depart Parkhead, the early exit from the Scottish Cup at Tynecastle, as well as the lobbing in of the championship just weeks after securing their first win over Rangers at the 5th time of asking. Level on points with 4 matches to play, Celtic contrived to win just 1 of those games, and on the ground which they claimed the trophy last season. As such, a new-look Rangers team governed by Graham Souness snuck in to claim the title, and it was the last act of a middling Davy Hay tenure at Parkhead. The man to replace Hay was the man who he succeeded. 4 years after leaving Parkhead, after the club failed to renew his contract, Billy McNeill, one of the club's most famous sons, was back in the hot seat, and he had one hell of a task on his hands. After life at Main Road and Villa Park, McNeill was quick to work back in Glasgow, overhauling an underachieving squad. Out went McClare, Johnson and McLeod, in came Andy Walker, Frank McAvenny and Billy Stark. The season was also the first without Danny McGrain for 17 years, who was given a free transfer, whilst David Provan retired after 9 years of service. Early exits from both the League Cup and UEFA Cup spoke to the enormous job still yet to be done by McNeill in his second coming, as did a litany of draws in the league. Slowly but surely in the club's centenary season, they picked up the pace.
There's Paul McStay.
Heading into 88, Celtic were in top spot, but they hadn't had a commanding first half of the season. Losing only twice, they had drawn a further 8 and by their standards had been violently inconsistent. But they hadn't lost to champions Rangers or Aberdeen across 8 attempts in the league, and they wouldn't go down to main title rivals Hearts until their final encounter, one that could have sealed the title. All that loss at Tynecastle did, however, was allow McNeil's side to win it in front of their own fans.
McAvenny. That's Rogan. That must be a great chance. Must be yes. Trying to swing it round. That's a very good ball. Walker has done it. What a... Walker again. Oh!
So much like in his first tenure, Billy McNeil had given Celtic the championship in his first season back. 2 weeks prior, they had knocked Hearts out of the running for the Cup, which left the Hoops with a prospect of Dundee United at Hampden. The only thing better than retaining the championship in your first season back, getting your hands on a double.
And here's Gallagher in the right. Gallagher, goal! That's a better one, a equaliser. The lower one this time, and Dundee.
And it was a double achieved in what was supposed to be a league hurtling towards the 1990s under a Rangers revolution. From the old world of the new firm to the Ibroxian monopoly led by Graham Souness and Walter Smith, Billy McNeil had been able to offer a bridge, a glorious centenary year when it hadn't looked likely. The 1988-89 season, though, was a disaster. Celtic had barely touched the sides in the European Cup. Rangers had scooped up 2 trophies with ease, and it was up to Celtic to stop them from winning the lot. Billy McNeil had one more trick up his sleeve.
Joe Miller, a great interception by Goff. Stevens in trouble, there's Joe Miller! Oh, here's a smiling figure of Roy Aitken. What a contrast now. As Roy Aitken goes up.
And we'll be discussing those times tomorrow, but for now, check out our other videos on Scottish football. We owe quite a lot of how modern football is played down to one man. The pressing, the energy, the fitness, the team ethic, everything your favourite managers here in the mid-20s espouse, the majority of which we can thank a long-forgotten Ukrainian for by the name of Valery Lobanovsky. This is a story of the man that not only changed football in Ukraine, but the world over. Valery Lobanovsky was born in the time of the Space Age as the mist of World War II was clearing. Born as the Iron Curtain was being constructed in front of his eyes, Lobanovsky was inspired by the nuclear age and Sputnik. His football was cold, calculated and mathematical. Part of the Dynamo Kiev title-winning side of 1961 and its cup-winning outfit 3 years later, he left in 1965. Never the best athletically, he got so far in the game because he was a great thinker. Another great thinker was a man named Viktor Maslov, who helped pioneer the 4-4-2, and he was the great authoritarian of Dynamo Kiev in the 1960s. Soon enough, it was obvious that, characteristically at least, Lobanovsky and Maslov were like oil and water. By 65, Lobanovsky was out and was all set to become a plumber, After he moved south to Odessa and then back east to Donetsk to little success or satisfaction, he ended his playing career. He gave up on football after Shakhtar Donetsk finished 14th in the same season that Viktor Maslov commandeered the Soviet title for the 3rd straight season. Lobanovsky knew he couldn't go back to normality, he couldn't be a plumber. So, aged 29, he went to Dnipro armed with the bedrock of teachings from Viktor Maslov and became the club's manager. The young coach had been able to escape out of the Maslov bubble for long enough to generate his own mode of thinking about the game. He was a bit more malleable and more open to discussions with his players than his mentor, but still held true the fundamentals of his team's togetherness and fitness. It was clear from the off that this man was a more analytical manager. His revolution set about analysing the spaces between the players and the ball. It focused more on football without possession, even though he prioritised heavy possession football. His most valuable metric was reaction times.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
This was an absolute must for his players. If they were able to play his game, they had to be armed with quick reactions, and like Herbert Chapman before him, put an emphasis on designed attacking plays. This formed the basis of Dnipro's promotion to the Soviet top league in 1972 before he steered them into 6th place, only a point behind his former club Dynamo Kyiv. Much more influential than finishing 6th was Lobanovsky's meeting of Anatoly Zelentsov, a specialist in bioenergetics. Zelentsov would become a key disciple to the manager, and it was he who would assist his fitness-driven regime. As Dynamo Kyiv continued to finish underneath provincial clubs in Zoya and Ararat Yerevan, they finally bit the bullet and sent for Lobanovsky, who had previously turned his former club down. Upon winning Dynamo Kyiv's first title as a player, Lobanovsky is said to have remarked, "A realised dream ceases to be a dream." Therefore, he needed something a little bit extra. He needed to make a true impact in football, as opposed to just winning a title or a piece of silverware here and there. Now he was manager of Dynamo Kyiv, he could create that something extra. Not that he didn't get a helping hand along the way. During the 1970s and 80s, the patron of Dynamo was Vladimir Shabitsky, the leader of the Ukrainian Communist Party and a big football fan. If Shabitsky wanted a player from a Dnipro or Shakhtar, Dynamo would simply get them. He effectively forged the thinking inside of the country that Dynamo Kyiv were Ukraine's team, and if the other Ukrainian clubs could almost form this partnership, then they'd be able to defeat the Russians that populated the Soviet League. Dynamo were designed to be the best of Ukraine, and whenever they got one over the Moscow elite, it was almost like a Ukraine victory over Russia. Crucially for the team, Lobanovsky returned with his loyal staff. Joining Zelentsov was Oleg Basilevich, who looked after the coaching, whilst Mikhailo Ozemkov provided the statistical analysis. The style was mathematical in the whole. He emphasised his style of play with 27 commandments, 14 of those defensive and 13 attacking, to provide the club with patterns of play and rules to lean back on. Dynamo were to play out from the back, press incredibly high, attack but remain resolute defensively, prioritising hard work over talent. Slide that template over any successful modern day club and the similarities are obvious. The first league title was won in 1974, a point from Spartak Moscow despite winning just 14 of 30 matches. Lobanovsky was furious with the team despite the landmark achievement. He was of the opinion that Spartak lost the title as opposed to Dynamo winning it. Because the league was finished late on into 1974, Dynamo Kyiv would participate in the Cup Winners' Cup for the 74-75 campaign. They would be led by the prolific Oli Blokhin. Blokhin would go on to become the Soviet top league's all-time scorer and appearance holder, whilst culminating a spectacular 1975 with a Ballon d'Or ahead of Franz Beckenbauer and Johan Cruyff. Blokhin and Lobanovsky fit like hand in glove. The forward was versatile, quick both with and without the ball, and had an unerring accuracy in front of goal. It was the forwards' goals in Kyiv and Sofia that decided their first round of the Cup Winners' Cup, thanks to a pair of 1-0 triumphs before their first trip to Western Europe to meet former European Cup finalist Eintracht Frankfurt. The Iron Curtain could be described as much of a struggle for Eastern teams as it was for those in the West. Neither side could feasibly scout their opponents or watch tapes and design a plan to combat their opponents, yet Lobanovsky found a way. He had a colleague who could pick up on Hungarian feeds of football matches, allowing him to freely scout opponents from the West. With that, a final brick in the wall. Ukraine could now have their time. Blokhin and Vladimir Muntan grabbed some vital goals in Frankfurt to take a 3-2 lead back to Kyiv, where they started off like a house on fire, scoring inside of a minute. Needing 4 goals to progress, the Germans had no answer to Dynamo, as Vladimir Onyshchenko bagged both in a 2-1 win, sealing a comfortable qualification. That man was on the score sheet yet again on Dynamo's travels, this time away to Bursaspor in a 1-0 win, which provided the perfect foundation for a simple enough 2-goal triumph over the Turkish outfit in the second leg. As European Cup finalists of past and future in Benfica, Malmo and Real Madrid all fell, the onus was on Dynamo to eliminate the final Western team left in the tournament, PSV Eindhoven. First leg at home, 100,000 people packed into the central stadium to see Lobanovsky's side teach the Dutch what total football really was, in a 3-0 hammering. A 2-1 defeat was never in doubt in confirming Dynamo's spot in Basel for the final with Ferencváros. A team with history in the Fairs Cup in the not too distant past, Ferencváros were simply no match for the might of Dynamo Kyiv, as Onyeshenko and Blokin combined for all 3 goals in a perfect Swiss evening. Dynamo Kyiv had arrived in Europe, and what's more, they had proven themselves to be one of the best in Europe the following season when they dispatched of Bayern Munich in the Super Cup. Oli Blokin bagged himself all 3 goals in a simple 3-0 aggregate triumph. The football world was supposed to be Lobanovsky's oyster, so why wasn't it? But before we answer that, I need to tell you about how I watch every single Premier League match completely legally, which means it's VPN time! A VPN hides your IP address, which lets you safeguard your internet connection, so the absolute opposite of what the Manchester United defence would do. Am I right? No? Okay. And for those who haven't skipped this YouTube advert because you bloody love a bargain, here's why you should choose private internet access, today's video sponsor. 1. They're offering you an insane 83% VPN discounts and 4, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4 months completely free. See it like Manchester City buying Citigroup players for a knockdown price. 2. You can protect an unlimited amount of devices at the same time. Chelsea's transfer strategy for 1. You want 783 devices protected? Just buy them all up and protect them. 3. You can access region-restricted content from all over the world 365 days a year. Good news for Spurs fans whose passports are usually back in that cupboard by December. That is private internet access. Links to the discount in the description. The mantra of winning at home, drawing away worked pretty well for Valery Lobanovsky. He had racked up 5 domestic titles by 1981 thanks to a 3-0 win over Zenit, and the plaudits were raining in from all angles. He had perfected the work set out by Viktor Maslov, they said. They had become the Eastern version of total football, they said. And they had beaten some of the best teams in the world, namely ending Bayern Munich's 3 European Cups in a row in 1977. Unfortunately, Lobanovsky could never have his moment in the European Cup, going closest that year in semi-final defeat to Borussia Mönchengladbach. There wasn't a downside to all of this success until a glimpse into the future in his first failed stint as manager of the Soviet Union. After a defeat in the Euro 1976 quarter-final playoffs with Czechoslovakia, he departed, leaving a split dressing room of Dynamo players who had adapted to his ways and the rest who couldn't fathom his style of football. So integral were his Dynamo players to the Soviet team that he fielded 11 of them twice in 1975 and took 11 of his 17 club players to the 1976 Olympics in Montreal. But soon enough, even the Dynamo players would turn. Come 1982, his messages weren't hitting the same notes and the players threatened to walk out. Lobanovsky had told his players of his intentions to ramp up training even more so, and the players, fresh off winning 2 league titles in a row, were just about sick of pushing themselves to the limit for such a prolonged time. So Lobanovsky left and gave Dynamo no option but to employ the contrasting figure of Eduard Malofeyev as his successor. Malofeyev had pipped Dynamo to the league title in '82 with his Dynamo Minsk team, so in a maxim of if you can't beat them, sign them, Dynamo had him. In the meantime, Lobanovsky immersed himself back into the national team and life was seemingly back on track when they demolished Portugal 5-0 in Moscow. Then qualification for Euro 1984 was derailed thanks to a controversial loss in the reverse fixture in Lisbon. The defeat ended Soviet hopes, so the Soviets ended Lobanovsky's second stint. Malofeyev loved Lobanovsky's sloppy second so much he succeeded him in the national job as well. And by now it was said that Lobanovsky's star was on the wane, until he got an intervention from a former flame, Dynamo Kyiv. He returned and would win them the Soviet double of '85. It prompted another stab at the Cup Winners' Cup, with a fresher squad rejuvenated by Lobanovsky's ideals. They stuck 5 apiece past Utrecht and Universitatea Craiova in the second leg of both opening rounds before they unloaded on Rapid Vienna both home and away, slapping 9 goals beyond the Austrians. Ollie Blokin still led the line, and he was responsible for 2 of the 3 goals in their home first leg of the semi-final against Dukla Prague, which was yet another comfortable day at the European office. A 1-1 draw in Prague confirmed Dynamo Kyiv's second final in the Cup Winners' Cup. This team was much changed, from Vladimir Bezanov and Oleg Kuznetsov at the back, utility man Vasily Rats and midfielder Alexander Zavarov to the second man to win the Ballon d'Or whilst at Dynamo, Igor Belanov. He partnered Blokin in the final in Lyon, where they met Atletico Madrid and proceeded to blow them away, scoring within 5 minutes through Zavarov. The encapsulation of this or any Valery Lobanovsky team was found in the second goal on 85 minutes, which clinched the trophy. Almost everybody got in on a sweeping team move that devastatingly went from front to back and killed the final dead. Blokin naturally finished it off before the scoring was completed 3 minutes later via substitute Vadim Yetvashenko. With the European Cup a natural barrier to this Dynamo Kyiv team, there was only one more frontier for Lobanovsky now. And his love-hate relationship with the Soviet Union continued once another Cup Winners' Cup was won. He was airdropped into the frame mere moments before Mexico '86 turned up on the world's doorstep and was told to get a respectable tune out of the Soviets. Naturally, he selected over half of his team from Dynamo Kyiv, with 8 of his starting 11 hailing from his club side. On a par with Argentina and Denmark, they played some of the best football at the tournament, but sadly were a little too much like the latter than the former in bombing out of the competition prematurely at the last 16 phase. The foundations of what was to come lay in a devastating triumph in Paris ahead of Euro '88. France were the reigning European champions and had been simply dismantled by Lobanovsky's team. A simple enough 2-0 win over Iceland in Simferopol in October of '87 confirmed the USSR spot at the tournament in West Germany. Once again, Lobanovsky would select over half of his roster from Dynamo, with a massive omission of Blokin. Only Andrei Yarmolenko and Andrei Shevchenko have since eclipsed his goal-scoring feats at international level from a Ukrainian perspective. The opener against the Netherlands in Cologne was an idea of things to come, and a very Italian performance of a 1-0 victory with defensive nous that showed Lobanovsky had learned from the Soviets' laissez-faire performances in Mexico 2 years prior. And yet the team who penetrated their defence were a team that had never turned up at a tournament before, in Ireland. Ronnie Whelan, it was scoring a magnificent goal against the Soviets, which somehow turned out to be not the greatest goal that the Soviet Union would ship at this tournament. Ultimately, the equaliser courtesy of Oli Protasov was largely undeserved, but their next result wasn't, as they slapped the group's whipping boys England 3-1, courtesy of goals from Olenikov, Mikhailichenko and Passovotchka. This was more like the Lobanovsky everyone knew and loved back in Ukraine. And that continued at a sodden Stuttgart against Italy in the semi-final. Although Oli Kuznetsov's early yellow card would cruelly rule him out of the final, the Soviets edged into the final thanks to a quick-fire second-half double. It ensured that the tournament would end how it started, with the Dutch, this time in Munich's final. Sadly, it wasn't to be Lobanovsky's day, as the Dutch sprung the Soviet offside trap when Marco van Basten's header found the ferocious finish from Ruud Gullit. Then, of course, the goal you all remember, perhaps the greatest goal ever scored in a professional football final, when Marco van Basten thundered a volley goalward for 2-0. And yet the Soviets should have been ahead by that point. Igor Belanov had a glorious opportunity in the first half but shot over, and he would have the most gift-wrapped chance to bring the Soviets back into the game from 12 yards. Unfortunately, a combination of a half-fit Belanov, an excruciating 2-minute wait to take the kick, and relentless studying of penalty takers from the Dutch goalkeeper Hans van Breukelen kept the ball out of the net. It was the Soviet Union's last European Championship match. It was Lobanovsky's last international tournament with a European country. Only with a European country has he found some peace and quiet in the desert with both UAE and Kuwait before returning home to Kyiv in time for the club's professionalisation in a newly founded Ukrainian league amid the fall of the Soviet Union. Lobanovsky was returning to a club that had been suspended by UEFA for a year after attempting to match-fix a game with a Spanish referee against Panathinaikos in 1995. Whilst this kind of thing was certainly a culture at the club during the Soviet days of the 70s and 80s, it would not be able to fly in UEFA competitions of the 90s and beyond. Whilst former Soviet and Yugoslav clubs lost their way in a new era geared towards the West, Dynamo were helped massively by rich investors and a class of young player that featured Andrei Shevchenko and Sergei Rebrov. Whilst Lobanovsky couldn't help himself in dipping a toe back into international football upon his European return, it wouldn't go nearly as successfully with an independent Ukraine. They went painfully close to appearing in their first tournaments as a young nation, only bowing out in playoff matches to Croatia for France '98 and to Slovenia for Euro 2000. It was only until Lobanovsky had died that Ukraine would qualify for a tournament, the 2006 World Cup in Germany. But his latter-day career did have some highlights, and quite comfortably his best returns as a manager in the Premier UEFA competition that they were now calling the Champions League. And merely winning the Ukrainian league wasn't enough to give Dynamo an automatic berth in the Champions League for the 97-98 campaign, so they had to dispatch of Barrytown of Wales and Brøndby of Denmark before they were provided with the privilege of PSV, Newcastle and Barcelona in the group phase. Instantly, they powered through, going to the Netherlands and scoring 3 times, only giving up 2 points at home to Newcastle due to a late lapse in concentration before the headline scores from the group stages. Barcelona in match days 3 and 4, a team that had gotten an incredible amount of acclaim from the Johan Cruyff era and one that was now at the forefront of European football. Yes, they were the ones slapped by 7 goals without response over 2 matches. Andrei Shevchenko's hat-trick in the Camp Nou remains the all-time greatest individual performance from a Ukrainian player in the Champions League. Sadly, Dynamo came up against an infinitely stronger opponent in the quarter-finals in Juventus, who had appeared in 3 European finals on the spin. Despite that, Dynamo held them to a 1-1 draw in Turin before a late flurry of Juve goals in Kiev eliminated Lobanovsky once again. 12 months later, after teaching a footballing lesson to Arsene Wenger in the groups, Dynamo found themselves in the quarter-finals staring at another behemoth of a club. Again, Dynamo travelled well and Andrei Shevchenko bagged an invaluable away goal in the Bernabeu in a 1-1 draw. It was obvious that this was probably Dynamo's last chance at European glory. Lobanovsky was reaching the end of his career and the vultures were circling for the prize signatures of his talisman, Rebrov and Shevchenko. In the way of the world these days, Dynamo couldn't hold on to them for much longer and Shevchenko would have to leave Ukraine for Milan that summer. But not before unseating another Classico club, scoring twice without replying Kiev to give Dynamo a semi-final match against Bayern Munich. Again, Shevchenko shone, scoring twice in what looked to be one of the greatest nights in Ukrainian football history. As Manchester United simultaneously scrabbled for a late goal at home to Juventus, there was late drama in Kiev as Dynamo chucked in a 3-1 win for a draw. The wind taken out of their sails, Dynamo only lost by 1 in Munich when a win was needed. In many videos and for parts in this one, I've rattled on enough about Lobanovsky's form of the game and how it has been able to shape modern football, more specifically the Stuttgart school of German thinking, which came from a combination of his and Arrigo Sacchi's work in the late 80s. From this we have Jurgen Klopp, Thomas Tuchel, Julian Nagelsmann and many others, including the entire Red Bull franchise, to thank for keeping this brand of football alive. In terms of Lobanovsky's material worth, he won more Soviet top leagues than any other manager, with 8. He is tied with mentor Viktor Maslov on 6 Soviet Cups and has won more domestic doubles in the old Soviet Union than any other manager. When it comes to modern day Ukrainian football, only Maciej Lukashescu in his domineering Shakhtar Donetsk team can outweigh the silverware of Lobanovsky in respect of 5 Ukrainian league championships, 3 cups and 3 doubles. In the Cup Winners' Cup, unless they bring the tournament back, Valery Lobanovsky will forever remain the competition's greatest manager. Only Nerio Rocco won the tournament with the same club twice, and he would do so with Milan in 1968 and 73. Whilst Johan Cruyff and Alex Ferguson also won the competition twice, they were able to draw on clubs like Ajax, Barcelona and Manchester United to help pad out their numbers, and Aberdeen. His mentor Viktor Maslov was said to have shifted the success of Soviet football from Moscow to Kiev. For brief moments in time, Valery Lobanovsky was able to move the attention of Europe from the Western satellites to Ukraine as well. Not that Eastern European football has always been bad, as explained in this documentary we brought out earlier this week on the European champions of Red Star Belgrade and Steaua Bucharest. The top table of European football is a closed shop now, we all know that. Getting your hands on the big-eared Champions League trophy is only the preserve of the teams from the big 5 European leagues, that are from France of course. It wasn't always this way. This video charts the rise of the 2 teams that have won the trophy from Eastern Europe, Steaua Bucharest and Red Star Belgrade. Steaua Bucharest won their first trophy in 1949, the Romanian Cup, before a trident of league titles between 51 and 53 came quickly thereafter. By the start of the 60s they really got their foot in the door by reforming as the Armies team at the start of the decade. However, the rampant success seen by other similarly controlled clubs in Eastern Europe didn't follow. Steaua were prolific in the Cup, winning it 8 times in the 60s and 70s, but only claimed 3 league titles in the same time frame, in 1968, 76 and 78. The latter 2 came under Emeric Janai's tenure as manager, and yet he was replaced after the second of his championship wins by Georgi Constantin. Steaua had reasons to be optimistic from on high, however. Ilie Ceausescu, that's Nicolae Ceausescu's, the dictator's brother to you, he was the club's patron whilst his nephew Valentin ran the club day to day. When the 1980s dawned, Dynamo Bucharest were back in the driving seat of Romanian football as they won 3 titles and 2 cups on home soil before even reaching the European Cup semi-finals in 1984. Steaua watched it all from the sidelines, trophyless. The decree had already been written by 1984, however. Ceausescu demanded that both Bucharest clubs kept up to speed with one another so the wider profile of Romanian football could prosper. So in the 80s, Steaua went on a spree of poaching the best and brightest talent from around the country. In 1980, the adaptable Gavril Balint was joined by Stefan Jovan from Rasita. Mihail Majeru were followed that year before goalkeeper Helmut Dukadam and Miodrag Belodici were poached in 82. The young Marius Lakatush was brought in from Brasov and the prolific Victor Prichoka was signed in 1983, and both would become vital throughout the 80s. Finally, the splurge was completed by Adrian Bubenscu, Ilie Barbulescu, Laszlo Boloni and Lucian Balan. It also didn't hurt that Emeric Janai was back in charge of Steaua by 1983 and he would complete the team with his training methods that largely included one-touch football. Which leads us to May the 15th, 1985 and a Bucharest derby which ends goalless. That all but confirms Steaua's return to the title, capping off a domestic double-winning season. It meant a return to the European Cup, a competition in which Steaua had yet to win a tie-in. Whilst they were unbeaten at home, winning 3 of 5 matches, they had lost every single away game in the competition. This trend continued into UEFA's other competitions. They had lost just 3 of 15 home games in the UEFA Cup and Cup Winners' Cup, yet had only won 4 ties on their travels. There was nothing to suggest that things would change for the 1985-86 season. Romania was a country where daily calories had been rationed down to 1100 as recently as 1984, and television was still only broadcasted for 2 hours per day. Because of this, you have a cash-strapped club with an underdog group of players and their supporters climbing Loam Hill to receive the Hungarian signal so they could follow their players' efforts on the continent. Steaua's stadium didn't even have floodlights and despite it all only supplied one of their country's 20 players for their most recent Euros in '84. Then they were drawn Vejle of Denmark and finally got their first European Cup result on the road, drawing 1-1 which was only salvaged thanks to a Marin Radu equaliser. Within moments of the return leg in Romania, it was clear that the home side would win, taking 6 minutes to break the deadlock before romping to a 4-1 win. In the last 16, fortune smiled on Steaua with the draw of Honved, a team with its glories firmly remaining in 3 decades prior. And yet, from their visit to Budapest, Steaua returned home with nothing despite dominating the Hungarians, going down to a Lajos Detari sucker punch. Not that it mattered. Steaua started another home leg fast, scoring after just a minute from an opposition goalkeeping spillage before taking the aggregate lead by half-time, before eventually clocking up another 4-1 home win. Steaua still hadn't won on the road in the competition, but it was true that they never looked like exiting the competition, and they were now in the quarter-finals. A stage of proceedings where you expected to run into trouble, especially when teams like Bayern, Barcelona and Juventus still occupied the draw, and even the likes of Aberdeen, Gothenburg and Anderlecht had history in the form of the UEFA Cup or Cup Winners' Cup medals. And yet, Steaua were handed Finnish side FC Kuusisi, which apparently means FC 69, which sounds like a bunch of uni lads' five-a-side team name. Either way, it was these minnows who were the first to stop Steaua winning a European Cup game on home soil in the first leg. After the 0-0 draw, Steaua were in serious trouble despite the level of opposition. They dominated the first leg without result and now had to go to Helsinki and win for the first time away in the European Cup. The Finns remained resolute for 86 more minutes. That was until the tie's deadlock was finally broken when Peterka gambled on a rebound and sent his side through to the semi-finals. Steaua would simply have to improve when they met Anderlecht, a team that might not strike fear into the hearts of a European semi-finalist these days, but in 1986 they had won the Cup Winners' Cup twice and the UEFA Cup in the space of 10 years. The prize, should Steaua win the contest, was a final in Spain against one of Barcelona, who had won 2 Cup Winners' Cups, 3 Fairs Cups and were former European Cup finalists, or IFK Gothenburg, who had won the UEFA Cup 4 years prior. Steaua travelled to Brussels for the first leg, and for the first time in the competition they were on the back foot. Only brilliant goalkeeping kept the score down to 1-0, and in the end it was a 75th minute Enzo Scifo fluke which was crossed into the net that separated the sides ahead of the reverse fixture in Bucharest. Only now could Romania as a watching public witness this Steaua team on the television. Up till now, RTV director Dimitru Grauer had hired a van in vain to broadcast Steaua's home games in the hope that the regime would authorise a last gasp broadcast. They hadn't done until now. And the viewers were treated to a typically fast Steaua start 4 minutes on the clock when Peterka volleyed into the Belgian net. Balint added a second after some horrific Anderlecht defending which all but ended the Belgian hopes. Even with what was effectively a half-goal deficit, Anderlecht daren't attack and Steaua were comfortable in adding a third on 71 minutes. Romania would be represented in the European Cup final. The shocking news coming from across Europe was that they wouldn't be meeting Gothenburg but Barcelona on Spanish soil in the final. Barca had come from 3 goals behind to tie up their semi-final before winning the tie on penalties. Steaua had half a chance should they face the Swedes. Now they were given no hope whatsoever. For Romanians in this time, football was a natural diversion from everyday life, especially after the Chernobyl disaster only 1,000 kilometres away in neighbouring Ukraine hit and devastated the area. On the field, everything else couldn't be more stacked against them. Barcelona effectively had home field advantage and Steaua would be missing captain Tudorel Stoica through suspension. In a 65,000 capacity, Steaua would be represented by 200 club officials and 800 hand-picked Communist Party members. Emmerich Janai had just one simple line to fire his players up when he said, "Wouldn't it be pity not to take home the trophy having reached the final, knowing the chance might never come again?" His players gave it absolutely everything to suffocate the Barcelona attack, which was fronted by Bernd Schuster and Steve Archibald. They just about held on for extra time until Barcelona found the net through Pichi Alonso. Fortunately for Steaua, it was quickly rebuffed by the referee and this goalless game would be settled from the spot, only the second European Cup final to be decided in such a way. For a bit it looked as though the two sides were testing the patience of the watching world by carving out a goalless penalty shootout too. Majero and Bologna both missed their kicks, whilst Dukadam thwarted both Alexanko and Pedraza. It was only Lakatush's devastating kick in off the bar that stopped the shootout from still taking place today. Pichi Alonso, the only other man to have found the net that evening, was next, but he ballooned his kick into the goalkeeper, which left Balint to calmly roll Steaua's second of the evening between the sticks. Before the bizarrest penalty shootout of all time ended in apt fashion. Marcos Alonso, son of Marcos Alonso, didn't keep Barca's slim hopes alive, and against all odds, Steaua Bucharest had won the European Cup on penalties, 2-0. By the time they next inhabited a European Cup final 3 years later, they had yet to lose in the league. Champions in '86, they went the subsequent 3 years unbeaten and claimed the league from Dynamo in a run that ended with a cataclysmic Bucharest derby with the tally at 104 matches. By now, Steaua added to their ranks with now household names in Western Europe: Dan Petrescu, Ilie Dumitrescu and Georgi Hagi. It was all change in the dugout too, as Janai left for the national team job and Angel Iordănescu got a promotion after spending 2 years as number 2. Whilst Peterșa and Ducadam had left, Steaua just kept rolling the same as they had always done, only now they were backed by automobile giants Ford. They stopped just about short of selling Georgi Hagi to Juventus for millions, plus a Fiat car plant in what was supposed to be communist Bucharest. Either way, a year later they were back after bowing out as champions to Anderlecht at the first hurdle and retaining a taste for more European Cup silverware with a semi-final exit to Benfica in '88. The Super Cup had been won against Valery Lobanovsky's Dynamo Kiev, and once Sparta Prague and Sparta Moscow fell, it was on. Gothenburg stood in their way, and since '86 they had added a second UEFA Cup to their arsenal. Not that it stopped Steaua running through them in a 5-1 second leg rout in Romania. Steaua got some of their old luck back as they avoided both Real Madrid and Milan, the preeminent teams of Spain and Italy respectively, before being handed Galatasaray in the semi-final. A 4-goal haul over the Turks in the first leg left things in no doubt ahead of a return to Spain for another European Cup final. If the '86 occasion had been a tight, tense, cagey match against a similarly nervous opponent who hadn't won the European Cup before as well, the '89 edition couldn't have been more different. No, Milan hadn't won the European Cup for 20 years, but they had enough quality either side of the white line to get them forward. Arrigo Sacchi's tactics left Steaua Bucharest bereft, and a brace of braces from Ruud Gullit and Marco van Basten made for the most convincing of European Cup final victories. But before we answer that, I need to tell you about how I watch every single Premier League match completely legally, which means it's VPN time! A VPN hides your IP address, which lets you safeguard your internet connection. So, the absolute opposite of what the Manchester United defence would do. Am I right? No? Okay. And for those who haven't skipped this YouTube advert because you bloody love a bargain, here's why you should choose private internet access, today's video sponsor. 1. They're offering you an insane 83% VPN discounts and 4, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4 months completely free. See it like Manchester City buying Citigroup players for a knockdown price. 2. You can protect an unlimited amount of devices at the same time. Chelsea's transfer strategy for 1. You want 783 devices protected? Just buy them all up and protect them. 3. You can access region-restricted content from all over the world 365 days a year. Good news for Spurs fans whose passports are usually back in that cupboard by December. That is private internet access. Links to the discount in the description. Red Star and Belgrade have been central to the European Cup ever since the Munich air disaster of 1958. It was a successful quarter-final against Red Star in which the Manchester United players were returning from when disaster struck upon refuelling in Germany. Yugoslavian football loved a good old wilt. The country had been World Cup semi-finalists in both 1930 and 1960, as well as losing the inaugural European Championships final of 1960. Partizan Belgrade were the only Yugoslavian side to have reached the European Cup final, and they promptly lost that to the Kings of Europe Real Madrid in 1966. Red Star Belgrade weren't immune though. They chucked in the 1979 UEFA Cup final to Borussia Mönchengladbach and had got out of semi-finals in each of UEFA's competitions, twice in the European Cup and once apiece in the Fairs Cup and Cup Winners' Cup. They had made their mark, however indirect it may have been. In their elimination of Liverpool from the European Cup in 1973, they inadvertently gave the English club the tactical idea that they won 4 European Cups with between 1977 and 84. This time frame was a frustrating one for Red Star. They had had the Yugoslav Championship in 1986 awarded to them but ripped away on appeal. They had appeared in the European Cup but gallingly had been dumped out on away goals to Real Madrid in 1987 and lost on penalties to Milan a year later. The start of the 90s marked a domestic double thanks to a first title in 6 years won by a staggering 11 points from Partizan and a cup won from Hajduk Split. They would be Yugoslav's representatives in the European Cup, but the catch was nobody knew what would last longer, the 1990-91 European Cup campaign or Yugoslavia as a country. War had already become an inevitability by the time Red Star had won their title. On May 13, 1990, 1 week after the Croatian Democratic Union won an election, Dynamo Zagreb met Red Star Belgrade in the Yugoslav League. The match, made famous for Zvonimir Boban's kick on a police officer and his subsequent ban, led to an all-out riot and has been said to have been a big landmark which sparked the Croatian War of Independence. With Croatia and Slovenia keen to reorganise the country, it could well be Red Star Belgrade's final chance to win the European Cup as a Yugoslavian team. Keeping goal was Stevan Stojanovic behind an all-action sweeper Miodrag Beladici, who you might remember from the last section. Marauding down the right was Randinovic alongside the midfield kingpin of Prozineski, whilst Vladimir Jugovic anchored the side in midfield. Red Star were missing the talisman Dragan Stojkovic after he was coaxed away to Marseille after his sublime performances helped take Yugoslavia to the quarter-finals at Italia 90. And yet they still had the insatiable front line of Dejan Savicevic and Darko Pančev. It was a team with an unmissable Serbian spine, but also one that celebrated Yugoslavia in all of its guises, with those from Kosovo, Montenegro, Macedonia, Bosnia and, in Prozineski, famously one Croatian. Red Star were forced to dispense with manager Dragoslav Šekularak after he picked up an 8-match European ban for attacking a steward in a UEFA Cup loss to FC Köln. He was therefore replaced by Lupko Petrovic. Petrovic was definitely on his way up the managerial ladder as opposed to down. He cut his teeth with the national team's youth squads before good spells at Osijek and Vojvodina earned him his biggest job yet. He was wedded to an attacking form of pressing football which suited his new team to a T. In the first round they met Otmar Hitzfeldt's Grasshoppers and instantly ran into a roadblock known as a 1-1 draw in a home leg. It left Red Star needing to hop over to meet the Swiss team in the second leg and claim a win or a high-scoring draw. From the moment the game kicked off, the result wasn't in doubt as Red Star romped to 3 goals without reply before claiming the 5-2 aggregate triumph. Next were Rangers, who deployed assistant manager Walter Smith on a scouting mission to Belgrade, where he allegedly returned with a 2-word report: "We're fucked." And fucked they were after John Brown put through his own net and Prozineski thumped in a 3 kick before Pančev squeezed in a 3rd in Belgrade. The tie therefore was long gone by the time Ibrox came around, as Rangers could only reaffirm some pride with a 1-1 draw as Red Star marched on. Next were Dynamo Dresden and another home first leg, but once again no qualms as Prozineski netted another free kick as Red Star yet again whitewashed their opponents. Binic bundled in a second before a decisive Savicevic finish put an end to the match as a contest. Whilst the return leg in Dresden was a little competitive, the match spiralled out of East German control both on and off the pitch, as rioting got the match thrown out with 12 minutes left on the clock. Red Star were only losing 2-1 and Dynamo needed 3 more goals to progress, so the tie was effectively over anyway. It was made to look even better when UEFA awarded Red Star with a 3-0 walkover win and a 6-0 aggregate victory. Before Red Star stumbled into their toughest task yet, Bayern Munich. Former 3-time champions and finalists as recently as 1987. They lost to an underdog team back then in Porto and had lost Lothar Matthäus since, so Red Star were hoping for some of the same. It didn't look to be the case as Roland Wolfart netted for Bayern on 23 minutes as the Yugoslavians appeared to wilt on another grand stage. Until Darko Pančev scored from a scintillating counter that epitomised the Red Star team before Dejan Savicevic added a second invaluable away goal on the counter 20 minutes from the end. Red Star could even afford to lose 1-0 and progress to a first European Cup final. By the way the legendary second leg at the Belgrade Maracanã played out, you could tell that thought was nowhere near Red Star Belgrade's players. Najdovski was out, so in came Marovic, tucking him from left back, but Red Star still kept ticking along as usual. They held the patient possession football of Bayern off, with the antidote of their relentless counter-attacking always an option, as proven when Sinisa Mihajlovic netted the opener midway through the first half. And yet that advantage was overturned with 2 quick-fire Bayern goals midway through the second half, which left the onus on the German club before the match dwindled into extra time. They thought they had won it, only for Stefan Effenberg to squander a glorious opportunity late on, before the net finally rippled at the other end when Klaus Augenthaler put through his own net from a Mihajlovic cross. 2-2 draw in a spellbinding semi-final. Fans celebrated with the demolition of the goalposts and the ripping up of turf, because they knew it was the end of Red Star playing as a part of a Yugoslavia. In Darko Pančev, Red Star had the most prolific goalscorer that season with 40 goals in 42 matches. Their counter-attacking style was incredible and would remain on the backbone of team ethic and the counter. It was supposed to be one of the all-time great European Cup finals, but all we got was a poor excuse of 2 hours that saw both first-time finalists paralysed by fear. Red Star were told not to keep the ball. Marseille did not know how to break down their opponents, and 120 minutes later, we at least had a penalty shootout to shout about. Manuel Amoros missed Marseille's first kick, and for the subsequent 7 attempts from 12 yards, no other player missed, consigning the French team to the silver medal and Red Star to the tag of European champions. Even in a world before football got perfected for Western Europe in the late 90s, these victories were an almighty shock. Both Steaua and Red Star had the capabilities and were still able to hold on to players who could earn European Cups in their own right with marvellous football. But both had seen clubs reach finals beforehand whilst playing entertaining football. Each of Saint Etienne, Club Brugge and Borussia Mönchengladbach waltzed to the final entertaining the continent before losing said final never to return. And those are just teams from the 70s. No, the champions from Bucharest and Belgrade, they both dug in the final and won it in eerily similar fashion, grinding out 0-0s, winning on spot kicks and taking the trophy home behind the Iron Curtain. The Steaua team that reached 2 European Cup finals was wholly disbanded within 12 months of Nicolae Ceausescu's felling of 1989. By this point, almost half of Romania supported Steaua, whilst Dynamo were the ones at the actual summit of football in the country. The tide in both senses could be seen to have turned in the first Bucharest derby of the 1989-90 season when Dynamo won out 3-0. Later in the year, demonstrators in Timisoara rebelliously lobbed framed photos of Ceausescu out of the Communist Party office windows. That led to the protest turning violent, inflicting casualties and prompting a revolution. Yugoslavia alternatively had already fallen by the time Red Star had gotten their hands on the famous trophy. The first casualties of the Balkan Wars landed equidistant between Red Star's quarter and semi-final ties, and by the time of the final in Bari, a full-scale conflict was at Belgrade's doorstep. Several Yugoslav states declared independence, and with war incoming, Red Star players naturally fled, with the entirety of their European Cup winning squad departing by the end of the 91-92 season. Stojanovic, Sabanazovic, Prozineski and Binic had all left upon their winning of the European Cup. Still, Red Star proved competitive in the competition, only failing to reach the subsequent year's final after a loss at home to Sampdoria in the group phase. With the war only rumbling on by that point, the rest of the squad exited, chief among which Mihajlovic, Pančev and Savicevic, who all departed for Serie A. And with that, football was in a whole new era. The Champions League would be born in time for the 1992-93 season as communism crumbled in the east and the Bosman ruling was formed in the west. European football became a sport for the few, not the many as it had been before. It really was a bleak time for Yugoslavia, but out of those ashes came this brilliant Croatian team, and you can learn about them here. We all loved a Klassiker, don't we? When the biggest German teams battle it out, Bayern Munich and Borussia Mönchengladbach. Wait, you expect to see another Borussia there, didn't you? whilst Dortmund and Bayern participate in the game now known as the Klassiker. It isn't the original Klassiker. In the 1970s, Bayern's fiercest rivals were Gladbach, and they were competitive in a way that Dortmund have never been. Almost everything in Bayern Munich's history, and to be honest, German football history as a whole, can be traced back to the 1958 Neubiberg Youth Tournament, which has since become infamous. Franz Beckenbauer played in it, but he wanted to play for Munich's biggest club, and in this time, that was 1860 Munich. He was a working class kid, and working class kids supported 1860 as opposed to the wealthier Bayern fans. Then the whole course of football history changed when an 1860 player duffed up Beckenbauer in the final of this youth tournament. Right then and there, like some kind of supervillain, he decided to change his entire life and become a Bayern player purely out of spite. He'd be joining talent like Sepp Maier and George Schwarzenbeck in a great academy class. It is this decent crop of youth talent that persuades Zlatko Kajkovski to drop down a division to join Bayern in 1963 from reigning league champions Köln. Bayern, who it sounds ridiculous to say now, but weren't in the Bundesliga when it started. A year on, they pinched Gerd Müller from Nordligen, mere confirmation that Bayern were destined to play in the top flight. When they got there, thanks to the influence of Beckenbauer and the goals of Müller, they automatically became title contenders. This was before a time when Bayern were the preeminent force. They'd only been champions of Germany once before, after all. Meanwhile in Gladbach, Hennes Weisweiler was a coach after making a name for himself in Köln at both FC and Victoria. Borussia Mönchengladbach had won the Pokal most recently in 1960, but the move was very much a sideways step. Weisweiler's plan was to bring relentless 90-minute football to Gladbach, but we don't think of him as a tactical genius because he didn't come up with a singular soundbite to encapsulate his entire philosophy or attribute a genre of music to it. With this incredibly energetic football, it stands to reason that it was an incredibly young squad that Weisweiler had to use in taking Gladbach up to the Bundesliga in 1965. Nicknamed the Foals, Gunter Netzer, Jupp Heynckes and Bertie Voets were the stars in a team whose average age was 21.5, a whole 0.4 younger than the Bayern team that went up in the same season. They had been promoted in the same year, one from the west, one from the south, both scoring over 100 goals doing so. They'd worked their way up to the top half at the same time, having done so through the same methods, trusting youth. From that youth, the clubs could boast two of Germany's all-time greats in Beckenbauer and Netzer at the same time. There was only one way this was going. It extended to the dugouts. You see, back in the day in Köln, Weisweiler had a player under his employ that hated tracking back, and he went by the name of... This sounds like a fucking fairy tale, Jesus. He went by the name of Zlatko Kajkovski. This sounds like a great way to breed a rivalry between clubs. Unfortunately, Bayern's Kajkovski and Gladbach's Weisweiler wouldn't be scrapping at the top of German and European football for long together, despite Kajkovski bringing the Cup Winners' Cup to Bayern in '67. The 1970s lasted between 1968 and 1978 as far as German football was concerned. It was kick-started with the acquisition of Branko Zebec as Bayern Munich manager in the summer of '68. But before we answer that, I need to tell you about how I watch every single Premier League match completely legally, which means it's VPN time! A VPN hides your IP address, which lets you safeguard your internet connection. So, the absolute opposite of what the Manchester United defence would do. Am I right? No? Okay. And for those who haven't skipped this YouTube advert because you bloody love a bargain, here's why you should choose private internet access, today's video sponsor. 1. They're offering you an insane 83% VPN discounts and 4, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4 months completely free. See it like Manchester City buying Citigroup players for a knockdown price. 2. You can protect an unlimited amount of devices at the same time. Chelsea's transfer strategy for 1. You want 783 devices protected? Just buy them all up and protect them. 3. you can access region-restricted content from all over the world 365 days a year. Good news for Spurs fans whose passports are usually back in that cupboard by December. That is private internet access. Links to the discount in the description. And Branko Zebec was viewed as a far more disciplined individual from the sidelines than his compatriot Kajkovski. From his predecessor, he inherited the idea that his style at Franz Beckenbauer should drop into defence, and his simple continuation of that idea led to Bayern's first Bundesliga title and a second German championship by a staggering 8 points from Aachen. Aachen twinned with Halifax, Bayern twinned with success, and it all started here. The highlights included smashing teams like their city rivals 1860, HSV and Schalke in the first 5 weeks, before ruining Werder Bremen in late March to all but seal the deal. Not only that, but Gerd Müller bagged himself a brace in the Pokal final to confirm an historic double against Schalke. The narrative that remains alive and well to this day, pure Bayern Munich hatred, began in December of this season. First off, Gerd Müller smacked Hannover's Jupp Heynckes, who presumably was awoken from his daze and decided to re-sign for Gladbach 2 years later to stoke the rivalry further. Then Franz Beckenbauer got fined for pretending to take a piss on Hannover fans, which presumably went down like a lead balloon. Branko Zebec wouldn't last much longer, especially since they walked away from the 1969-70 season without much to show for it. They'd gone out of the European Cup at the very first hurdle to Saint Etienne and probably held that deep desire for revenge until the 1976 final. They got eliminated by Nuremberg in the quarter-final of the Pokal and were nowhere in the title race despite finishing second to Borussia Mönchengladbach, a team that had incrementally improved to 13th and 8th to 2 successive bronze medals in the league. Gladbach had some early cobwebs shaken well and truly off, finishing the 60s with a 6-1 demolition job of Oberhausen, a place where Bayern failed to grind out a win and got plunged into a seesaw 3-3 draw. A sign of things to come, as Gladbach smashed both Kaiserslautern and Borussia Dortmund in February, which kick-started a 10-match unbeaten run that was only ended by Bayern in mid-April, by which point it was already too late. Gladbach had the title won. They went on a national tour of losing 1-0 to both Hanover and Essen after a loss by the same score in Munich, before concluding in a style that would become synonymous with Gladbach. 4-3 victories were recorded over both HSV and those unfortunate boys of Oberhausen, confirming a 4-point gap, a relative chasm in a world of 2 points for a win. We officially had our dominant forces confirmed for the next bit of time. The summer of 1970, as West Germany slunk out of the World Cup thanks to the match of the century, was also retroactively headlined by 2 enormous purchases by the 2 clubs that people definitely weren't calling classic clubs. Bayern got themselves a bargain when they snatched Uli Hoeneß from Ulm for €20,000, whilst Gladbach acted to bring back Jupp Heynckes from Hanover for nearly a third of what they sold him for, before they added Rainer Bonhoff. Whilst Gladbach got beyond the first hurdle in the European Cup, something that Bayern hadn't even achieved, they didn't get much further as they lost to English champions Everton. Something that sounds even weirder than that was an English team dispatching of a German one on penalties. Meanwhile, Bayern were also stung by a Merseyside team. Liverpool, obviously, not fucking Tranmere Rovers in the Fairs Cup. There was no right for these clubs on the basis of their football and form to be roped into a title duel, but that soon-to-be famous aura of Bayern Dusel first showed itself when Werder Bremen travelled to Gladbach on April the 3rd, 1971. Gladbach's Herbert Laumann flung himself like a buzzard at a cross and inadvertently tore the net down and damaged the goalposts, so much so that they couldn't be repaired, and without a replacement, the Bundesliga took the extreme view of handing the points to Bremen in a match that was tied up in the final 15 minutes. It all led to the final day with Bayern and Gladbach split by a single goal. Bayern's run of 5 wins in advance of the final match day, inclusive of a 7-0 smashing of Köln, had them topped by the barest of margins. Everyone, therefore, was expecting a goal frenzy when Bayern travelled to Duisburg and Gladbach travelled to Frankfurt, 2 teams who had nothing to play for. That Bayern hatred was back. They received a cauldron at Duisburg, a team they never had wronged, never had a rivalry with, but the prevailing thought here was of pure rejection, coupled with Gladbach admiration. Gladbach, who had won 13 clean sheets and conceded less than Bayern, scored a similar amount than their foes, but were deemed to have played vastly more entertaining football. It probably didn't affect the players all that much, but Bayern were inferior and were jeered off by the Duisburg fans after Rainer Bude netted a double, swinging the door wide open for Gladbach. They obliged in sprinting through that door thanks to goals from Gunter Netzer, Horst Köpel and Jupp Heynckes in a 4-1 win. It was the first time the Bundesliga had been retained. Bertie Vogts claimed the Player of the Year award, but Bayern at least had something to cling on to in the summer of '71. They'd won the Pokal against Köln after extra time. The subsequent season would be theirs, thanks largely to one man, Gerd Müller. Physically, he had transformed himself, and the slimmed-down marksman netted himself 40 goals in 34 matches, a remarkable feat that would not be eclipsed until 2021. Even more remarkable when he failed to score in almost half of the matches. There were 4 goals against each of Bremen, Hanover, Duisburg, HSV and Dortmund, 5 in a roasting of Oberhausen, and yet more hat-tricks against Bochum, Bremen again, and Frankfurt. Simply untouchable. And yet Bayern still didn't have the title won until they smashed Schalke in the German equivalent of Anfield '89. 5-0 is less fondly remembered because of its comfort, as Gladbach fell to 3rd place, a massive 11 points behind the pace. Then again, they were probably still furious after the method of their European Cup exit. In the last 16 they had ferociously pumped Inter 7-1 in the home first leg. The entire match, however, was annulled when Roberto Boninsegno got lumped on the head with a Coke can. Most sources condemn the Italian for play acting, as Inter won the eventual first leg in the San Siro 4-2, before the second leg ended goalless in a neutral West Berlin. Bayern being champions, Gladbach had no right of reply, but at least they were qualified for the UEFA Cup. Their anger dripped through their transfers that summer. Alan Simonsen and Ule Stelike were signed, but they simply could not stop Gerd Müller. His scoring continued at a rate of knots, as Bayern this time romped the league by 11 points. The unentertaining Bayern, they scored 93 goals, and whilst there was no repeat of the prior season's 11-1 shagging of Dortmund, they scored at least 5 goals 8 times in the Bundesliga. They were getting closer in the European Cup, tiptoeing further than either of these classic clubs had previously done so. Their level, however, was quickly and violently found in the quarter-finals when Ajax demolished Bayern. Some say both played total football. The 4-0 demolition in Amsterdam says otherwise. And yet it was Gladbach who could boast a European final. Through latter rounds against compatriots Köln and Kaiserslautern as well as FC Twente, Gladbach netted 19 in 6 before being humbled 3-0 at Anfield in the final's first leg. A 2-0 victory in the reverse didn't mean triumph. And in this time, if you couldn't win the league and you certainly weren't ready to prevail in Europe yet, the perfect consolation prize was the Pokal final, which Gladbach competed in against Köln. Yet it wasn't as all cut and dry as that sounds. Despite being named German Player of the Year, Gunter Netzer was left on the bench by Weisweiler after one too many arguments. In protest, the player picked when he came onto the match at the start of extra time, and he simply scored the winner 4 minutes later. He was never going to last too long at the club after that, shipped off to Real Madrid, which helped end his international career. 12 months later, the jostling between Bayern and Gladbach reached a new landmark. Germany finally had a European champion. And yet it didn't start off anything like that for Bayern. They'd start the season chucking in a wild 7-4 defeat to Kaiserslautern and needed penalties to traverse the first hurdle of at Wiederbergs on the continent. It must have troubled them somewhat because they signed their star man, Conny Torstensson, immediately after. Nobody could say that this Bayern side were boring. They chased a couple of 3-goal deficits in drawing 5-5 with Schalke, scored the odd goal in 13 in a hectic last 16 tie in the European Cup against Dynamo Dresden. Then, via CSKA Sofia and Újpest, Bayern became the first German team to play in the European Cup final since 1960 and Eintracht Frankfurt. Whilst Frankfurt got humbled by perhaps the greatest European Cup team ever in the Real Madrid of Puskás and Di Stefano, Bayern met the lesser Madrid team, Atletico. This off the back of sticking a middle finger up at Gladbach after claiming the Bundesliga for the third time in a row. They did let them have a little sunlight, losing 5-0 to their rivals on the final day, with the title already wrapped up. But they were the first to achieve what Americans sickly call a three-peat in the Bundesliga, and they were the first to lift the European Cup, and of course it was dripping in Bayern Düsseldorf. Atletico led in extra time, that is until George Schwarzenbeck unleashed a pot shot on 120 minutes which found the net. A replay 2 days later, the much fitter Bayern side had their way with Atleti winning by 4. Gladbach couldn't even win the Pokal, losing in the last 16 to HSV, and they were controversially dumped out of the Cup Winners' Cup against Milan in the semi-final. If there is a peak to this rivalry in the way of trophies, it has to be 1975. Gladbach finally took the league from Bayern, ripping it from them as it were, as they dispatched of Braunschweig 2-0, whilst Bayern were busy losing 6-5 away to Fortuna Düsseldorf. Not that it mattered much to Bayern, they became the 5th team to retain the European Cup after closely run ties against Magdeburg, Ararat and Saint-Étienne before wholesale robbing the Big Ear trophy away from Leeds United in the final. Just another reason for rival fans to despise Bayern and everything that they stood for. At least those fans had something to shout about when Gladbach finally had something to show for their travails on the continent. Jupp Heynckes' treble in Enschede went some way to winning the monolithic UEFA Cup in a 5-1 thrashing of FC Twente in the final's second leg. Unfortunately, it was the Cup Winners' Cup Winners' Cup Winners' Cup winners who bizarrely got a spot in the Super Cup so we wouldn't see a Titanic Classica in the 1975-76 season. But it was all set to be spicy. First off, they could play one another in the European Cup this time, and they were drawn in the same half of the draw. Then Gladbach replaced Hennes Weisweiler with none other than Bayern coach Udo Lattek. They went further than ever before in the European Cup, beating a former finalist in Juventus before being handed Real Madrid in the quarter-finals. Across 2 ties, Gladbach avoided defeat against Los Blancos, and with Bayern waiting in the semis, we were all set to have our mouth-watering final before the final. Except the Foles chucked in a 2-0 lead at home, eventually drawing 2-2. Then they led in the Bernabeu only for Santillana to grab a second-half leveller, interspersed with a couple of perfectly valid Gladbach goals, ruled out. It all baked a horrific cake that said Gladbach were out. The difference between Bayern and Gladbach in this season was Bayern received more luck in a reversal of those ties, but they were able to keep hold of their 2-0 home leg advantage before dispatching of Saint-Étienne in the final. A third European Cup was barely heard of. As Bayern celebrated that generational triumph, Gladbach swept up the Bundesliga with an 81st minute Alan Simonsen leveller at kickers Offenbach. We'd officially reached a point where the Bundesliga was almost a consolation prize. For the 4th year in a row, a Klassiker team would appear in the European Cup final. Once again, they were paired off in the same half of the draw. Bayern saw off Köger and Banik Ostrava. Gladbach defeated both Austria Wien and Torino. We were all one tie away from the match Europe wanted to see. Then Valery Lobanovsky took Bayern behind the Iron Curtain and gave them a pummeling in Kiev. Bayern were out, and simultaneously, Wilfried Hanne's late winner against Club Bruges confirmed Gladbach's first European Cup semi-final. They were able to limit the damage in Kiev, only losing by 1 before another late winner, this time by Hans-Jürgen Wittkamp, confirmed a first ever final. Before that tie in the Olympico against Liverpool, Gladbach had the small matter of the Olympia Stadion, with the Bundesliga up for grabs. Unfortunately, in respect of narrative, Bayern's hosting of Gladbach on the final day wasn't a title showdown. Instead, Bayern could still put a spanner in the Gladbach works for one of either Schalke or Braunschweig to backdoor their way to the title. 2 points behind Gladbach, Schalke had a big rivalry match of their own at home to Dortmund, whilst Braunschweig hosted Essen. The small matter of a 12-goal swing was needed, but if any division could deliver this, it was the Bundesliga. Within 22 minutes, Gladbach went 2 goals to the good thanks to Heynckes and Stalike, killing the matter of the title stone dead. Whilst Bayern clawed back 2 goals, a point was enough for Gladbach to emulate Bayern's achievement of 3 titles in a row. Now, the chance to emulate their European Cup winning abilities. Alan Simonson and Terry McDermott traded goals in the first half in Rome before Tommy Smith and Phil Neal strikes took the game and the European Cup away from Gladbach. Europe's future belonged to both England and West Germany. Of 15 UEFA finals between 1978 and 82, the two countries were represented 14 times, and yet the European Cup was solely held in English possession thanks to each of Liverpool, Nottingham Forest and Aston Villa. The 1970s from the viewpoint of German football was over in 1978, thanks to FC Köln winning the Bundesliga. It was a title won under the most insane final day permutations. Gladbach and the Bundesliga's greatest ever win, 12-0 against Borussia Dortmund, was not enough, and a potential 4-in-a-row Bundesliga haul was missed out on by just 3 goals. The following year was the first time since 1967 that neither Gladbach nor Bayern stood on the league's podium. The era was definitively over. Ule Stalike was yet another Gladbach player ferried to Real Madrid, whilst key names in Franz Beckenbauer, Uli Hoeneß and Jupp Heynckes would end their times with Bayern and Gladbach respectively. Lothar Matthäus was here now and, weirdly enough, representing the latter and not Bayern. Whilst being drastically successful, Udo Lattek failed to rebuild Gladbach's squad. Outside of a third-wheel push in '84, they never threatened the title race again, and that is a fact that remains true when I'm speaking to you in 2024. Gladbach fell off the face of the earth after winning the 1979 UEFA Cup. Bayern clung on in there like a cockroach in a nuclear winter. They shared the title limelight with teams as varied as HSV, Köln and Werder Bremen, but were quickly recast as a supporting character in the European Cup. Gladbach's reign from 1975 to 77 remains the only time a non-Bayern team has won 3 Bundesliga titles on the bounce. Only HSV in '84 has remotely come close to winning it 3 times on the spin. Even Bayern had re-achieved that feat twice more, in 1987 and 2001, before they scorched all competitive earth between 2013 and 2023. And it's because of that they're hated in the modern age, but the reason for their hatred in the 1970s can only be because they drew their fan base from a wealthier district. They didn't outspend all before them. It was teams like HSV and Köln and Frankfurt who broke the financial barriers to 1, 2 and 3 million Deutschmarks. They were just as entertaining as Gladbach. They outscored them in 7 of the 11 seasons we've detailed today and were the leakier team defensively in 8 of those 11 seasons. Only after the rivalry was done and dusted in the 80s did Bayern become monotonously dull. They were even the perennial winners we know and hate today. Gladbach won 1 more league title and appeared at as many European finals. Only they won the lesser competitions and crumbled when they reached the European Cup final. No other club has dared to match Bayern Munich for so long. Teams like HSV in the 80s or Borussia Dortmund in the 90s or 2010s might threaten to take a few titles off them from time to time, but nobody has joined Bayern in dominating for such a long stretch. The only thing that stops Gladbach from being historically their biggest rivals today is their distinct lack of a European Cup. Late to the football issue, have a pop on these, which charted the rise of Union Berlin and Red Bull. Rome both is and isn't a football town. The people who live there might be crazy about the sport, but the clubs who also live there aren't really that successful at the sport. For a brief window in the late 90s and early 2000s though, that changed. This is a story about when Rome ruled Italy. In a football sense, of course, but only too briefly. As the TV theme song said, Lazio defeated Fiorentina, that the Biancocelesti won their first major honour. Then came the 1970s, which were a bit wild, to be honest. Tommaso Maestrelli was made coach, a man who was still a young manager that had worked his way up through Bari, Regina and Foggia before being hired by the second-tier Lazio in 1971. There was no cash injection that boosted the club into being a big name, just sheer hard work, both on and off the pitch, which usually resolved itself in a bit of a punch-up. Maestrelli tapped into his contact books from Foggia to sign a few players, won promotion back to Serie A in 1972. This was nothing out of the ordinary. Lazio were a yo-yo club for all intents and purposes. The one thing that suggested this would be slightly different was Giorgio Canaglia, who was pumping goals in left, right and centre, so much so that he became the first Serie B player to be capped by the national team. 21 goals in the promotion season became 24 goals in the Capocannoniere in the 73-74 campaign. The Italian was good in front of goal and, as it turned out, handy in a brawl, as Roma found out in a nasty derby around this time. During a fight, and there's lots of these in this era, Canaglia ran around an Olimpico bloated to over twice its capacity to goad all of the Roma fans after a Lazio win. They had their best season in the 1972-73 season, but chucked in the Scudetto on the final day thanks to a loss in Naples. Previously, they would have frittered away, but again, these were different times. Playing a style that has been erroneously likened to Dutch total football, Lazio swept through Serie A in the subsequent campaign, winning their first title. But how did Lazio do in the European Cup as champions? Well, actually, they were banned because of a mass brawl, typically, in their UEFA Cup elimination against Ipswich Town. Basically, the Tractor Boys had slaughtered them 4-0 in Suffolk with a mix of ingenuity and a spot of poor officiating. Back in Rome, Ipswich squeaked through amid the ferocious atmosphere that led to pitch invasions, fistfights, and the English team being locked in their dressing room for 2 hours after the match. This Lazio were a product of their time. Their football glittered, but their fights garnered the headlines, as the 70s wore on for more tragic reasons. Manager Tommaso Maestrelli died from cancer in December 1976. He had returned to the club after treatment for his terminal cancer failed, the club bottom, and he rescued them from relegation. Such was Maestrelli, a father figure. It was Canaglia's dying wish to be buried next to Maestrelli, and he did so in 2012, his body flown from America back home. Maestrelli is one of the biggest legends in Lazio history. He even rejected the national team after their limp 1974 World Cup exit. Such was his love for Lazio. Tragedy unfortunately followed this club around. One of their players, Luciano Riccicone, died in January 1977 after he was shot playing a joke on a jeweller who thought he was trying to rob him. Since Maestrelli was one of the only things keeping a violent and erratic squad together, it's no surprise that they went back down in 1980. However, their method of relegation is a bit of a shock to say the least. Even though it was by far a landmark season for Lazio, on the pitch they would have narrowly avoided relegation ahead of Catanzaro by just a point, but they were demoted anyway. They had gotten themselves enveloped in the Tottenero betting scandal that also claimed the season of Milan, also demoted to Serie B, and so kick-started another doom spiral of yo-yoing until Lazio's final promotion in 1988, where they were effectively saved from bankruptcy. The man from Del Monte, he said, "I'll buy Lazio." So he did in 1992. Sergio Cragnotti, months before Paul Gascoigne had been signed from England, promised to deliver Lazio back into the big time. Italian football was spending big bucks, and Lazio with Cragnotti thought, let's just do that as well. He rose to prominence through suicide politics and scandal. He was moneyed and decided to spend all of it and more, and not necessarily all his own, on footballers. So, an all-round fucking stellar bloke then. Lazio were floated on the stock exchange, which was a first in Italy, and their training ground was rebuilt with almost €100 million worth of players spent initially. And that's a quick reminder that this is not adjusted for inflation, this is early 1990s money. All his money on players: Gaza, Beppe Signori, Aaron Winter, Alan Boksic, Pierluigi Casaraghi, Roberto Di Matteo, Pavel Nedved, Vladimir Jugovic. Roberto Mancini, Marco Devau, Alan Boxic again, Mateus Almeida, which didn't even particularly get them anywhere in an ultra-competitive league. Until Sven-Göran Eriksson, a Swedish coach who had won the lot and in multiple countries too, and he even had tasted a flavour of Rome beforehand when he managed the club across the road. It was seen as quite the coup for Cragnotti, since Sven had a deal effectively struck with Blackburn Rovers. Again, it was a very different time this. Now armed with a decent manager, the spending went from exorbitant to batshit. Christian Vieri, Marcelo Salas, Sinisa Mihajlovic, Dejan Stankovic, Sergio Conceição and Fernando Couto. Yes, that's one summer and it's well over €100 million. It's still the 20th century as well, by the way. So what do they get for their money? They win the last edition of the Cup Winners' Cup against Mallorca and qualify for the Champions League. Not bad. They didn't win the league, but still not bad. Except they were a staggering 7 points clear at the top of Serie A with 6 matches to play, and they utterly bottled it. The team that began this downward spiral, of course, Roma, as they beat them 3-1. Lazio were in a bad way, not helped by their ultras intimidating players after the game had finished. Also, red cards for Sinisa Mihajlovic and Alessandro Nesta late on ruled them out of the crucial tie with Juventus. And this only triggered another defeat by the same scoreline 6 days later, before a draw in Florence on the penultimate match day put the nail in the coffin. After heartbreakingly losing the title to Milan on the final day, the question was, could Lazio go again? But hold on, what about their beloved roommates? Roma, the bigger supported club in the capital and marginally more successful. They were formed in 1927 when Benito Mussolini tried to encapsulate all the capital into one huge homogeneous beast. Lazio didn't heed the call, but nonetheless, Roma were instantly the biggest show in town. William Garbutt oversaw the early days, but he was long gone by the time Roma reached their peak in the 1940s. Led by Fulvio Bernardini and Amedeo Amadei, they could only win the wartime title of 1942, unfortunately. They were the first team from the south to win the title, but of course rumours about Mussolini's hand in the triumph perpetuated. They were shockingly relegated to the second tier for their one and only season in the 1951-52 campaign, and rebounded to have the most malnourished of heydays in the 60s. Included within were a couple of Coppa Italia triumphs and a European trophy, even if it was the Fairs Cup against Birmingham City. It wasn't until the 80s arrived that Roma had a team to be proud of. Niels Lidholm, of Milan fame both as a player and manager, is parachuted into the underachieving capital club who are merely existing, and doing so even in the shadow of Lazio. It's a team led by Agostino Bartolome and Robert Pruzzo's goals up front, and featured probably the most famous names in Bruno Conti, Falcao, not that one, and Carlo Ancelotti, yes, that one. It's a team that must be said was bought by Dino Viola and transformed both on and off the pitch. They had gone from no-hopers to Coppa Italia winners in 1980, and yet the season after had a bitter taste in the mouth. And that's because of crooked refereeing and, naturally, Juventus. After that Coppa winning season, Roma were robbed of the Scudetto. Picture the scene, 3 matches to go, the gap between Roma and Juve is a point. And Maurizio Torroni scores a late winner for Roma against their title rivals, only for a whistle to go to disallow the goal for offside. It is a ghost goal remembered as one of the finest displays of corruption and blatant cheating in Italian football, which is certainly saying something in Italy. But Roma, like Lazio the previous decade, bounced back from this adversity. Niels Lidholm still had something to prove despite winning a Scudetto with Milan in '79. Could he do it in the capital? 3 years later they win the league for only the second time, and despite Juventus curating a team that features such legends as Zoff, Gentile, Boniek and Platini. It is a campaign turned around by the return of often crocked Carlo Ancelotti. After cruelly missing Italy's World Cup celebrations that summer, he kicks the Giallorossi on with his instrumental form. Known for their propensity to keep it tight away and dazzle at home, Roma get that Scudetto on their shirt. This in a competitive league bolstered by the enticing promoted clubs Sampdoria and Hellas Verona, who would both win the title within a decade, as well as, of course, the more traditional names. If they had been thwarted by kind Juventus officiating in 1981, Roma were helped out themselves on May 1st, 1983, when Juve fans shot themselves in the foot, or rather, they bricked a coach window carrying Inter players, which resulted in a walkover victory for the Nerazzurri. It left Roma a point away from the title, and that was achieved in typical fashion away to Genoa. Buoyed by the historic campaign, seemingly with fate on their side, Roma immersed themselves in a first European Cup campaign, with the final to be played in their own backyard. They, of course, make the showpiece event, even if it was slightly fortunate that they were there at all. Trailing 2-0 from a semi-final first leg with, yes, you guessed it, Dundee United, the referee for the second leg in Rome, Michel Vatreau, was paid £50,000 to allow Roma through to the final. However, this was no ordinary bribe. The ref never got the money. Roma had players booked and therefore suspended for the final and had 2 goals disallowed. Yet they still went through, winning 3-0. Their winning penalty isn't particularly dodgy, so what kind of strange 1984 bribery is this? Nonetheless, they hold their own by taking the almighty Liverpool to penalties where, unfortunately for Roma, the spaghetti-legged Bruce Grobbelaar thwarts them from 12 yards. Amid fighting between Italian and English hooligans and rumours about why Falcao didn't even take a penalty, Nils Lidholm's tenure was officially over. That man Sven-Goran Eriksson inserts himself into the piece again, as he often did, and his reign is less glorious. There are Coppa Italia wins again in 1986 and 91, as well as a UEFA Cup final loss to Giovanni Trapattoni's Inter, but they are one of the lesser-ranked Seven Sisters of Calcio. In the 1990s, they never break into the top 3, and despite excitement such as Francesco Totti's debut and the legendary Zdenek Zeman in charge, Roma just aren't successful. They can't even beat Lazio for a handful of years, but at least it was fun. They top scored in both the 97-98 and 98-99 seasons. But as the new millennium was upon us though, things start to get serious for both teams in Rome. It's summertime and it's Lazio, so what do you think they do? They spend, and spend. Yet it isn't Lazio causing the uproar and criticisms from the epitome of calm, cool collection known as Vatican City. It's Inter, who prized Christian Vieri from Lazio for €30 million. It kicks off another mad dash through just another summer in Italian football as Diego Simeone walks down that same path as part of the aforementioned deal. Joining him at the Olimpico was Simone Inzaghi, as well as Simeone's compatriots Juan Sebastian Veron and Nestor Sensini. It's time to party. It is Lazio's centenary year after all, and the Biancocelesti have brought the tools ready to do so. What a time it would be to go and win the title for only their second time in their history. It's not hyperbole to say that Lazio and their supporters had suffered a trauma in the 1998-99 season. Thankfully, the sheer volume of transfers revolving through the doors at the Olimpico ought to have offset any ill effects. The season could barely have started off any better. A trophy was won and against the treble winners Manchester United in the UEFA Super Cup as well. Their freshly knighted manager Sir Alex Ferguson declared that Lazio would win Serie A that season, and with unbeaten form that saw Parma picked off away from home and points gleaned from matches against both Milan clubs before November turned up, it was hard to argue against. They'd opened October up against the former reigning champions Milan and went toe-to-toe with them in the most un-Italian way possible, a 4-4 draw. Not only did they show attacking prowess, they showed the resolve that was lacking towards the back end of the prior season, when Marcelo Salas nullified Andrei Shevchenko's hat-trick with a late equaliser. It wasn't all sunshine, as Parma players, including Lilian Thuram, were racially abused in Lazio's home ground. It marked a mid-season slump both on and off the field that would continue to be a cloud for Lazio supporters who aren't complete dickheads. This slump was efficiently emphasised by a 4-1 loss to Roma in the derby, where both Marco Del Vecchio and Vincenzo Montella tore Lazio apart with 4 goals in 24 minutes. Almost 4 months to the day, Lazio licked the wounds of another defeat, this time away to Hellas Verona, which all but spelled the end of their title race. With 8 matches to go, Lazio trailed Juve by 9 points and would need a stumble the like of which we hadn't seen for, well, about a year since Lazio's 1999 vintage. Roma in the reverse fixture of the derby was exactly the wrong game at exactly the wrong time, especially when Vincenzo Montella scored after 3 minutes. When he wasn't acting like this was a simulation of Championship Manager 0102, Lazio hit back and found their way in front via Pavel Nedved and Juan Seba Veron, until the derby devolved into typical means, a royal capital rumble. Regardless, Lazio held out for the win, and with Juve next in Turin, they could shave the deficit from 9 points to 3 in a matter of 7 days. Ciro Ferrara's red card changed the entire complexion of the title race, and just moments later, Diego Simeone nodded in to claim all 3 points against Juve. Perugia, normally the kiss of death for title-winning teams, the Italian equivalent to Tenerife in the 90s for Classico clubs. They were dispatched too, thanks to one of just 2 Serie A goals scored by Attilio Lombardo for Lazio. It was all going so well, too well, as Lazio looked to reduce the deficit even further 6 days later in Florence. They led 3-2 thanks to an 89th minute Sinisa Mihailovic penalty and appeared home and hosed. Then, Gabriel Batistuta did Batigol things, and his stoppage time free kick appeared to end all Lazio hopes for good. 4 to play with 5 points the difference, it was all set to be an almighty struggle. Another kingmaker, however, put a spanner in Juve's works when Hellas Verona beat them 2-0 at the Bentegodi. Pressure off, Lazio kept winning increasingly tense matches, away to Piacenza and Bologna, as well as at home to Venezia. As Lazio snuck their latest win away in Bologna, Juve hosted Parma. Alessandro Del Piero had netted on the hour mark, and the title race was going down to the wire whatever way you could spin it. Then Fabio Cannavaro headed in. Cheers went up in the capital. The teams were due to be neck and neck for the final day. And then the referee blew up for reasons barely understood today. It was over the line, there was no offside, no foul, but the goal would not be allowed to stand. May 7th, 2000 or May 10th, 1981, the more things changed, the more they stayed the same. Juventus were fucking a team from the capital out of a Scudetto. That's what the conspiracies say, and in light of Calciopoli in 2006, it's hard to make a case for Juve. Cragnotti moaned that Lazio deserved the title on moral grounds, but on the final day, they were massive underdogs, trailing Juve as they did by 2 points. Regardless, the old lady still had to go to Perugia and get something to win the title. Perugia were the kindest opposition, on paper at least. They were a low-ranking Serie A side that weren't spectacular, but crucially, they were safe from relegation. Lazio had similar foes, Regina, who were only a point ahead of Perugia. Lazio rattled off their 3 points with 2 penalties before the half-time break, a win completed by a third goal courtesy of Diego Simeone before the hour mark. All that was left to do was to plant ear to transistor radio and pray for news from Perugia. Except that game was delayed by excessive rainfall. Lazio fans could already sense another screw job coming. A point for Juventus, as was the case when their second half kicked off, would have kicked the season into a final playoff for the title, given Serie A's rules. Except that wasn't going to happen. Alessandro Calori wrote himself into Lazio folklore, despite his career never even coming close to a pit stop in the capital. The 33-year-old defender scored the goal that won Perugia the match and won Lazio only a second Scudetto. The evil Turin Empire was defeated, Rome could celebrate again. Well, at least half of it could. When 2000 started, everything was going quite well for Roma. They were deep into a UEFA Cup run, had a Coppa Italia campaign still worth fighting for, and Champions League qualification for the first time since its rebranding was a very real possibility. Then Cagliari and Leeds United knocked them out of cup contention, and 4 defeats from 5 league games in February and March transformed a season previously thought of as quite solid into an utter mess. The last of those defeats against Lazio, you know, that game that finished 2-1 that we literally just got done speaking about, was the last time Roma would be defeated that season, yet somehow the campaign went and got even worse. They didn't lose in their last 7 fixtures, sure, but they drew 6 of them. The gap to Inter ultimately was 4 points. Vincenzo Montella had looked a good acquisition from Sampdoria. Francesco Totti was coming to the boil, and Fabio Capello was a very decent manager with a nice new 3 at the back system. It should have been better than this, 6th place in the league and nowhere in the cups. The summer did the club the world of good. Capello was kept on, despite all Italian tradition pointing towards an itchy trigger finger and a sacking. Francesco Totti had lit up Euro 2000, even if Italy were cruelly robbed of a second European Championship. And what's more, Roma were insatiably active in the transfer market. Totti had left for the summer's tournament with a broken and dejected squad. He came back home with a new lease on life. Adding to the previous splashes in the market of Montella and Nakata, Roma had prized Gabriel Batistuta from Fiorentina, as well as Walter Samuel, Jonathan Zabina and Emerson, without losing any key players in return. Add to them a collection of players that included World Cup winners Cafu and Vincent Candela, and the Euro 2000 final goalscorer Marco Del Vecchio, and Roma suddenly had quite the team. They couldn't, could they? The romantic side to Roma fans thought, why not? Whilst the realistic side, as viewed through their very own real vision of an instant Coppa Italia demise to Atalanta before the season even started, screamed, don't be so fucking stupid. A league season that was due to begin in October hadn't even begun, and Roma Ultras were already calling for the heads of their players and manager. Presumably, Lazio's heroics of the prior season hadn't helped matters whatsoever. Then the shape clicked. Batigol was prolific, netting his first Serie A hat-trick for the Giallorosso on what I'd call bonfire night. Francesco Totti was pulling the strings, Emerson was dynamic in midfield, and the incredible Cafu was hurtling up and down the right-hand side. In the first half of the season, however, they hadn't been able to lay a glove on either Milan team, going down to losses in the San Siro against both the Nerazzurri and the Rossoneri. Whilst they hadn't scored against Juve in the final game of 2000, Capello's side had kept a clean sheet, which was enough to make Roma the winter champions. Whilst they'd not beaten the best that the league had to offer traditionally, they had taken down some big forces. Batigol's late winner had broken Fiorentina hearts in November, whilst an own goal settled the Derby della Capitale in Roma's favour a month on. Once their European exit was confirmed across 2 brilliant legs against Liverpool, Roma's minds were focused on the Scudetto. And it is here, inside of a 7-match winning run between January and March, where the title picture was changed drastically. It started with a comprehensive thrashing of Napoli in January, but took in vital away triumphs in Parma and Bologna, as well as an equally tense victory at home to Lecce, thanks to Walter Samuel's second-half winner. They left it late in their next 3 matches, waiting until the 80th minute to sink Vicenza, finding a crucial winner at home to Inter on 86 minutes before turning the screw against Brescia with 20 minutes left on the clock. Each of those 3 wins could be attributed to Vincenzo Montella and his 5 goals across the 3 fixtures. Initially, Marco Del Vecchio had been preferred by Fabio Capello for his relentlessness and industry. The more the season went on, the more it became vastly important, however. The scavenger Montella was preferred, and he repaid his manager in spades. Whilst the stalemate away to Regina ended the winning run, Roma had to be back to their best to grind out another late win at home, this time to Hellas Verona, and thanks once again to goals from Montella and Batigol. Fiorentina would get their revenge on Batistuta the following weekend in Florence in a 3-1 victory, Roma's 3rd league defeat all season, when it came on April the 9th. It would be their last. Yet Roma fans had experienced this the prior season, a defeat in April being their last, only for the final 7 or 8 matches to be drawn and the season to end in capitulation. Here, whilst Roma weren't as efficient in turning draws into wins, they leant back on their character to carve out the points. They forced an own goal at home to Perugia 5 days after their loss in Florence to snatch a point from the jaws of defeat, whilst they suffered a gut punch in the 5th minute of added time in the derby in late April. Stoppage time proved Roma's the subsequent weekend when Vincenzo Montella snatched himself a late equaliser in Turin against Juve. To fall 2 goals behind inside of 6 minutes to the team of Zidane and Del Piero and still find the requisite resolve to return to parity was ultimately the match which created champions out of those Roma players. They rebounded with wins over Atalanta and Bari before another crucial Montella goal snatched a point against Milan. It was necessary, especially as Juventus just kept winning. The old lady had stumbled out of the traps in the earlier part of the season, but now were relentless in chasing down Roma. Since their 2-2 draw with the Giallorossi in early May, Juve had cut a 6-point deficit down to just 2. Given that Roma had a far from comfortable match with 4th place Parma to come, and since Juve could always find a bit of luck or a bribe in the business end of the season wasn't over just yet. With memories of 1981 presumably still fresh, there was probably quite a sizable portion of the Roma faithful going into the final day with trepidation that they could actually win a 3rd Scudetto. But the match in front of almost 75,000 Romanisti in the Olimpico couldn't have started much better. First half goals from Francesco Totti and Vincenzo Montella settled the nerves that couldn't be altered by Juventus' winning scoreline at home to Atalanta. All Roma had to do was hold their nerve, and when Batistuta netted a 3rd with 12 minutes to go, the Giallorossi were certain that they were champions, and they were. The capital had waited a generation for a champion and had got 2 in 2 years. Here in our present day, that wait for another Roman champion has returned to the same breadth of time. Since 1992, Milan and Juventus had controlled Serie A, but for 2 brief years things were slightly different. Since the first years of the 21st century, however, things have returned to a more traditional keel. Lazio tried to usurp Roma by spending more money, more than ever before, on players, but of decreasing quality. Gaisca Mendieta was one more, Hernan Crespo arguably 2, but enormous sums were thrown at players like Claudio Lopez and Angelo Peruzzi, as well as both Dino Baggio and Karol Poborski, despite all being well past their sell-by date. Key talent in Nedved and Nesta departed without being properly replaced before Sven-Goran Eriksson resigned midway through the 2000-2001 season, with the carrot of the England job dangling in front of him. It only got worse from there. Sergio Cragnotti wound up in prison, having spent his own and others' money like mad. His creative accountancy had landed him behind bars, and after diddling pensioners out of €1.2 billion worth of savings, it reflected on his football team. They wobbled drastically, teetered on the brink like so many had done before them. However, they soon stabilised to return back to the fold of the elite Italian calcio, even if they have yet to mount a true title challenge since 2000. Comparatively, Roma were flying and would finish second in 6 of the 9 seasons that followed their 3rd Scudetto title. This achievement was only inflated by the fact that the Giallorossi were the only major club not to be tarred by Calciopoli. Another enormous factor, naturally, was Francesco Totti. He could have left for Real Madrid at the height of his fame, but a combination of poor performances and bad headlines from major tournaments put an end to his Ballon d'Or campaign and a potential move to Real Madrid. He would later cushion the blow by stating that 1 title in Rome was worth more than 10 in Madrid. He was one of the last stars remaining for Roma as the 2000s ended. In a tale as old as time, Roma had overfaced themselves. Capello left in 2004 and President Franco Sensi had to flog the family silver because the club couldn't afford the players' wages. What could have been a spiralling down the drain exercise was caught by Luciano Spalletti. He was the man to tactically renovate Roma, and a tactical overhaul that placed Totti front and centre in an innovative 4-6-0 formation led the club back to the heights, not only back home but in Europe as well. They would ultimately fall short on both fronts and are now 16 years without a trophy and 7 years without being in contention for a league title. Even if you were to count Cagliari as a southern team, you could still count the amount of southern clubs to have won the Serie A on one hand. Yet even in this country where its footballing powers is so concentrated to the north, the capital was allowed to shine for a hectic couple of years, and it should rightly be celebrated as the accomplishment it was in this era, particularly the era of Football Italia. Rome is by far the weakest Italian city when it comes to football, weaker even than Naples, especially when they had Maradona in their squad. The proof is in this video. Here, click on it. Any normal football club would have folded. A stadium disaster that left supporters dead, a European Cup final lost, and the lineage of great coaches culled abruptly. 1985 was a formative year for Liverpool. They had been carried by the weight of the boot room through Shankly, Paisley and Fagan, and were now picking up the pieces of a near 30-year footballing odyssey. What next? This is the last of the boot room. Something. 14 months before that, however, came the most important result in Liverpool's history. It wasn't a why, is Matt Busby packing up? Nonetheless, Shankly was ground down enough to take the offer 2 months later. After struggling through broke clubs at the arse end of the Football League, from Carlisle United to Grimsby Town and Workington, Shankly thought he had his big break at Huddersfield Town, a former 3-time champion of England. What he found was a club penny pinching just like the rest of them. Moving to Liverpool in December 1959 wasn't this big leap that it would be today. If anything, it was more of a sideways step. Since relegation in 1954, Liverpool had constantly threatened to return to the top flight, finishing in the top 4 times on the bounce. Everything pointed to another promotion push. In the Cup, however, nothing. They'd been eliminated by outfits like Gateshead, and another humiliation, this time to Worcester City, was too much to take, and this is where we find Shankly at Liverpool. He was essentially hired for his coaching ability and the fact that he had entrusted youth players like Dennis Law and Ray Wilson at previous clubs. Behind the scenes, Shankly was gifted a wealth of coaching talent. Bob Paisley had been hired 3 years previously and had worked his way up to chief coach. Joe Fagan and Ruben Bennett were hired 2 years later, with Fagan being a personal recommendation to Liverpool by none other than Everton manager Harry Catterick. Shankly appeared before them, an Anfield crumbling and decrepit training facility as well. It was apparent that this club didn't just need a philosophical or cultural rebuild, but a literal one as well. And he did so. He changed their ethos on the pitch, promoted young players like Roger Hunt and Ian Callaghan, while signing Ron Yates and Ian St John on the cheap. They would all become club legends as Liverpool received their belated promotion back to the big time in 1962, before quickly winning their 6th championship 2 years later. Shankly even bestowed upon Liverpool their famous all-red kit before a European tie with Anderlecht after seeing Ron Yates wearing the change strip. "You look about 8 feet tall," Shankly remarked, and Liverpool wore all red forevermore. New frontiers were destroyed constantly in this time. Their FA Cup hoodoo was ended in 1965 after beating Leeds United, and a first European final was reached a year on in the Cup Winners' Cup, albeit in defeat to Borussia Dortmund. But success dried up the more the 60s wore on. They were always in the conversation for the title since Shankly claimed a second championship in 3 years in '66, but that would be their last piece of silverware that decade. The advent of the 1970s sparked a gear shift from Shankly, finishing a full 15 points behind champions Everton, and that will do that to a Liverpool club. Scout Jeff Twentyman would be hired to bring in a new generation of player, and whilst he literally didn't sign 20 men for Shankly, the ones he did bring in helped transform them. Steve Highway and Jimmy Case, over 600 league appearances, 5 European Cups and 9 league titles between them for Liverpool, were signed for buttons from Skelmersdale and South Liverpool. Meanwhile, John Toshak and Kevin Keegan were brought in quick succession and developed a league-winning partnership by 1973. Europe was finally cracked that year too, when Kevin Keegan's diving header helped seal a win over Borussia Mönchengladbach in the UEFA Cup final. It ended 6 years without a trophy, but much more pertinent things happened to Liverpool in '73. First, they retooled the boot room. Joe Fagan was promoted to the first team as coach, Bob Paisley was now officially the assistant, whilst Ronnie Moran joined as head of reserves. But it was events on the pitch that also changed the boot room's outlook. Winning the league in '73 meant another run at the European Cup and a second round tie with Red Star Belgrade that changed everything. Again, it was another loss as the Yugoslavian outfit taught Liverpool footballing lessons, winning 2-1 in both Belgrade and in front of the Kop. Their patient possession football, dripping with more technique than any English team could provide, struck a chord with Shankly. Liverpool needed to play like this, they needed to get savvier on the continent. And they did, but Shankly wouldn't be around to witness it. He'd retire after he captured the club's second FA Cup in a 3-0 demolition of Newcastle United. The perfect performance to end things on, but at completely the wrong time. Liverpool was stunned, especially when the first season without Shankly came and went without a trophy. But the club trusted Shankly's successor because he wasn't really a successor at all. It was a mere continuation of the club's philosophy from an insider. Bob Paisley. That first trophyless season would be the only one Liverpool fans had to endure throughout Paisley's entirety as club manager. The league followed another UEFA Cup triumph, which followed the club's first ever European Cup final. The match would be played against Gladbach in Rome, a city Paisley had visited before. My first glimpse of Rome in 1944 was through the dusty windscreen of an army truck. My second visit was rather different. 3-1 winners, there was no looking back for Liverpool. Even when they sold Kevin Keegan, they replaced him quickly with a certain Kenny Dalglish, before gathering a Scottish backbone in the club via Alan Hansen and Graham Souness. By the 1978 European Cup final triumph over Club Brugge, only Ray Clements, Phil Thompson and Emlyn Hughes could say they had played in that match and Shankly's farewell FA Cup triumph 4 years previous. So Liverpool had conquered Europe. What next? To do it again, of course. Alan Kennedy's late winner against Real Madrid sealed the Big Eared Trophy in 1981, and penalties against Roma 3 years later made Liverpool one of the kings of Europe. Paisley wasn't occupying the dugout by then, however. Yet the boot room continued through Joe Fagan, a man who had been at the club since 1939. He wasn't thought of as managerial material, but the entire club got behind him, and Graham Souness called the transfer's power as smooth as you'd expect. Under Fagan, Liverpool won the League Cup and a European Cup in 2 seasons. The second season, unfortunately, would be more renowned for what the team on the wrong side of Stanley Park were doing. Everton were back, and under Howard Kendall had claimed their first title in 15 years and paired it off with their own European success, the Cup Winners' Cup. Luckily for the Reds, Liverpool had their own European final to play in against Juventus at Heysel. Joe Fagan had already decided he was about to step down as manager, but first the chance to leave on the highest note possible. It turned out to be the worst possible way to end a career, and not because Liverpool lost the final 1-0, but because of the sheer tragedy of 39 Juventus supporters losing their lives in a crush before the game. The football didn't matter, the world may as well have been over, and the boot room was officially no more. Kenny Dalglish was just 33 years of age when he was asked prior to the 1985 European Cup final to succeed Joe Fagan. It blew a hole straight through the club. The new manager didn't deem himself worthy or clever enough to even enter the boot room, and he wasn't endearing himself to players such as Phil Neal, who believed he should have taken over instead. especially so when Dalglish stripped him of his captaincy and kick-started his exit out of the club. The club should have been in relative freefall, but let me repeat what I said at the start. This is not a normal football club. Alan Hansen was quickly installed as captain, Steve Nicol replaced Neil, and what could have been a rocky start was now a club huddling around their manager and stepping out into a new era, grinning from ear to ear. Alan Kennedy joined Phil Neal on the scrap heap as players such as Gary Gillespie, Craig Johnston and Jan Molby became more regular fixtures, and Steve McMahon was signed from Aston Villa. It was an okay start to the season, but a horrific Christmas period spelled disaster. A 2-0 defeat to Everton in the derby on February the 22nd had Liverpool a massive 8 points behind the champions, with 11 matches to play. Then the Kop roared Liverpool to the title, 31 points from an available 33 clinched it. On April the 12th, a Ronnie Whelan hat-trick helped thrash Coventry City and take the Reds top, before Kenny Dalglish became more and more influential on the pitch. The player-coach scored in a crucial win at the Hawthorns before another unlikely hat-trick scorer, defender Gary Gillespie, sunk already relegated Birmingham City before the title was finally won at Chelsea on the final day. The goalscorer, fittingly, was Dalglish. The man who had taken the club over in extreme circumstances was the one who stepped into the firing line and dragged the club over the line, and not for the last time either. The season wasn't even nearly over, as Liverpool still had a Wembley date with Everton in the FA Cup final. After squeaking through against Watford and Southampton, suddenly Liverpool found themselves swimming against the tide in the National Stadium. Gary Lineker opened the scoring and Everton dominated the first hour, until Ian Rush scored his customary Derby Day goal to stage a 3-1 fightback. As first seasons in management go, a domestic double wasn't half bad. Not even Shankly or Paisley had achieved that. It remains the only league and FA Cup double Liverpool have ever won. In football though, you have to keep moving, and behind the scenes Dalglish was imbued with enough confidence to make big backstage changes in the summer of '86. After all, he had enough time to think about it since he was snubbed by Alex Ferguson for a place in the Scottish World Cup squad. Jeff Twentyman was removed, which only fanned the flames that Dalglish was attempting to dismantle the boot room, but the Scot marched on. Former players were put in charge of the club in Phil Thompson, reserves, and Ron Yates, scouting. Dalglish had an enormous on-pitch influence in capturing the League and Cup double of '86, but he knew he couldn't keep saving the club's skin on that side of the white line. Therefore, recruitment was ramped up with Steve Staunton, Barry Venison and John Aldridge. Liverpool were overwhelming favourites for the league again. Everton had sold Gary Lineker to Barcelona, and both Manchester United and Tottenham Hotspur were weaker than the prior season. But football isn't always that easy. Dalglish's side were dumped out of the FA Cup by Luton Town after 2 replays in the third round, and despite being favourites, lost in the League Cup final against Arsenal. It was just as the Reds had hit their stride as well. They had ended 1986 a staggering 7 points behind Arsenal, having lost 6 league games, but would drop just 4 points from the subsequent 12 fixtures. By March 18th, the league looked to be all but sewn up, thanks to an Ian Rush double against QPR, which put Liverpool 9 ahead of Everton. But then came the collapse. Spurs, Wimbledon, Norwich, Man United, Coventry all took 3 points off Dalglish's team in the space of 7 games. They went the campaign trophyless. Well, unless you count the FA's super weird Super Cup to make up for the fact that English clubs couldn't play in Europe. Of course that didn't matter, and Dalglish had some serious thinking to do in the middle part of 1987. And that thinking produced quite possibly the greatest Liverpool team of all time. Well, with that crushing asterisk that they weren't able to play in Europe, so they cannot be judged alongside teams created by the boot room legends of the past or modern day managerial heroes. It was only natural for the season's previews to point to resurgent clubs like Arsenal, Manchester United, Tottenham and even FA Cup holders Coventry City. Even Everton had the afterglow of optimism despite Howard Kendall's move to Athletic Club. Also, with Dalglish now only trotting out for cameo appearances and, more importantly, Ian Rush flogged to Juventus, where was the cause for Kopai optimism? Not many would have seen the sheer impact of John Barnes and Peter Beardsley, as well as the promotion to main goalscorer of John Aldridge. Added to the ranks were Ray Horton as players like Jan Molby, Ronnie Whelan and Bruce Grobbelaar flourished. However, there might not have been a more influential player, at least in the earlier part of the season, than Steve Nicol. He was the one grabbing the winner on the opening day at Highbury, scoring twice at Coventry and banging in a hat-trick for Christ's sake at Newcastle, all within the first weeks of the season, all giant landmarks that this Liverpool team weren't fucking about. A potential loss in rhythm, not playing in front of the Kop in the first few weeks of the season because of a burst sewer in the ground, didn't upset the club at all. They didn't lose a league game until March and went unbeaten at Anfield all season in the league. In fact, after a 4-0 pacing of QPR in mid-October, Liverpool surged to the top and never let go. The fairy tale of an unbeaten season had transformed from a whisper to a shout by March the 20th ahead of a Merseyside derby against Everton. Everton, of course, came along and ruined it all with a 1-0 win, but it didn't impact the mood all that much. The club lost their second game 2 weeks later away at Nottingham Forest, but got their revenge 11 days later back at Anfield with the landmark performance of the season. 5-0, Brian Clough's side were crushed as a Peter Beardsley winner 21 days later at home to Spurs confirmed title number 17. The season, though, was by no means over as Liverpool waltzed to the FA Cup by not conceding a goal in trips to Villa Park, Goodison and Main Road. They dispatched of Nottingham Forest, which left First Division minnows Wimbledon in the final. According to The Independent, Liverpool had to win for the sake of English football, and surely they would. They had the Golden Boot winner in John Aldridge in insatiable form, yet he would miss Liverpool's best chance from the penalty spot, as Laurie Sanchez's header proved the only goal of the game. In the immortal words of John Motson, the crazy gang had defeated the Culture Club. A sour note to end the season, but this new-look Liverpool would surely rule for the foreseeable, especially now that Ian Rush was back after his Turin sojourn with Juventus. But their rivals too had strengthened. Mark Hughes was back at United, Spurs had acquired Paul Gascoigne and Everton got hold of Tony Cottee. John Aldridge smashed in a hat-trick on the opening day. Manchester United were beaten 1-0 for their first Anfield defeat in nearly a decade, but the partnership of Rush and Aldridge wasn't really clicking and Alan Hansen's injury would keep him out for the majority of the season. But when talking about the 1988-89 season, football pales into insignificance really. The League Cup exit to West Ham, the New Year's Day loss at Old Trafford, and under fire Kenny Dalglish striking a tune out of Jan Molby in defence and Steve Nicol in midfield. Liverpool were in some really incredible form. They were in a title race with Arsenal and an FA Cup final seemed almost certain, but none of it mattered. April the 15th, 1989. Liverpool versus Nottingham Forest, Hillsborough Stadium, Sheffield. Liverpool fans in great voice, all they had to do was beat the same opposition they had beat in the same game 12 months ago and they would be in an FA Cup final, potentially against Everton as well. The European ban would soon be over. This Kenny Dalglish Liverpool team would enjoy some incredible days in the continental sun and be truly respected for what a great team they are. Everything changed when Police Chief David Duckenfield effectively sent 97 Liverpool supporters to die when he ordered Exit Gate C to be opened, prompting a crush in the bottom tier of the Lepping Lane's end. Immediately, it was apparent whose fault it was and was detailed in the influential Taylor report, which primarily recommended improved safety measures such as all-seater stadia, but also concluded that policing broke down and the main reason for the Hillsborough disaster was the failure of police control. Despite that, it would take well over 20 years for Liverpool supporters to be officially exonerated after an institutionalised cover-up by politicians and police officers that hid behind poisonous headlines in a garbage red-top tabloid. Of course, the entire season was thrown into doubt, but after consulting the bereaved families, Liverpool would return to the pitch for a competitive fixture on May the 3rd, with the climax of their season pushed back to the 26th. Their first opponents back were, fittingly, Everton at Goodison Park, which, even more fittingly, ended in a 0-0 truce. It would be Liverpool's only drop points ahead of the final day at home to Arsenal, which had quickly become a cup final in of itself. Nottingham Forest were finally defeated in the rescheduled semi-final at Old Trafford as Everton had beaten Norwich City 1-0. Wembley was appropriately Merseyside for another afternoon. They'd played each other in big Wembley finals before, the 1984 League Cup, the 1986 FA Cup for example, but this naturally was very different. The national anthem was drowned out by chants of Merseyside as blue and red sat next to each other and blue scarves joined the red ones during the rendition of You'll Never Walk Alone. What followed was 2 hours that did the perished supporters justice. A Merseyside derby for the ages, taken to extra time by a belligerent Everton and won after time by, who else? Ian Rush. Kenny Dalglish said, "This has meant more than any other trophy I've been involved in." 6 days later, only 44 nights after Hillsborough, the biggest game in English football history was played under the biggest weight of any football in history. Arsenal travelled to Anfield in a battle of first versus second to conclude the 101st season of the English Football League. Liverpool's beating of West Ham was so severe that Arsenal needed to win by 2 clear goals. And it's here where I'll attempt to construct the mountain that sat in front of Arsenal that day. 1. Arsenal hadn't won at Anfield since November 1974. 2. Arsenal were 16-1 to win 2-0. 3. Liverpool hadn't lost at home since December. 4. Liverpool hadn't conceded twice at home in the league or failed to score at home in the league since October. 5. Liverpool hadn't lost by 2 goals in the league at home since February 1986. 6. Liverpool hadn't lost by 2 goals in the league at home to anybody from outside of their own city since September 1984. Arsenal deployed a 5-4-1, something they'd only previously done once under George Graham. In fact, the Arsenal manager went against the grain in every possible way. They travelled up on the morning instead of staying over at night. They didn't go gung-ho for the goal immediately and instead sat back. This ramped up the Liverpool nerves, and when Alan Smith glanced an indirect free kick into the net, Arsenal needed one more goal. Liverpool were losing 1-0 and playing for that scoreline to win the championship. Until Michael Thomas headed through, title all up for grabs, and slotted in a last-minute winner to gift the Gunners the league. Arsenal's ascension as win was going to be tough, no matter how you painted it. One tweak would salvage the campaign, selling John Aldridge to Real Sociedad in order to form a more natural partnership between number 10 Peter Beardsley and the out-and-out goalscorer in Ian Rush. Despite a rocky patch in November, which included the harrowing Hillsborough return, Liverpool led their rivals on goal difference going into the festive period. They would lose just one more game all season in the league. Faced with Crystal Palace in a third successive FA Cup semi-final, Liverpool were supposed to breeze through it, especially when taking into account their 9-0 whitewash of the London club the previous September. But Palace adapted, played a long ball game that stifled the Reds, and one of the all-time great semi-finals ended with Alan Pardew celebrating the Palace winner in a 4-3 triumph. Already out of the League Cup and Europe still completely out of their hands, Liverpool needed a pick-me-up in March. That man, bizarrely, was Ronnie Rosenthal. A man more famous for an all-time stunning miss at Villa Park, but a man who effectively squeezed that extra % out of the club to get them over the line in winning an 18th title. In his debut, he played his part in Liverpool overturning a home deficit against Southampton before smashing in a hat-trick on his full debut against Charlton 2 weeks later. A leveller against Forest and a part to play in a late equaliser against Arsenal edged Liverpool closer and closer to the title. Finally, he scored his first goal in front of the Kop against Chelsea on April the 21st, and a week later, Liverpool were champions again. John Barnes was crowned PFA Player of the Year, Alan Hansen lifted a record 8th league title, but in truth, Liverpool had a poor pack of challengers to thank. Aston Villa set a distant second on 70 points, and the Reds were the only team not to lose double figures worth of matches. It was unbelievable that the club wouldn't win another league title for 30 years, but a downtime in success was inevitable. The weight of Hillsborough continued, and at some point, somebody had to submit. And yet, Liverpool began the 1990-91 campaign superbly, dropping 2 points from their first 13 matches. Ronnie Moran and Roy Evans still kept the faint, flickering boot room light burning, while Steve Highway's youth development was beginning to produce players. The club continued, and from the outside everything was fine. Everton were beaten in the derby in February as Liverpool went top of the league. But another derby and a 5th round FA Cup replay finally ended Kenny Dalglish's involvement with the club. Before the 4-4 draw at Goodison Park, Dalglish knew he had to leave. In truth, he had wanted a break the previous summer, but according to his autobiography, the strain kept on going until I finally snapped. Gary Gillespie said, "We were like a ship without a captain." Hillsborough had taken its toll on the city and claimed Kenny Dalglish's career as Liverpool manager. Liverpool had won things before, okay, but it wasn't until 1959 when the club was built on firm foundations. Bill Shankly created Liverpool Football Club, and the almost unbroken period of dominance from the mid-60s to 1991 will never be recreated in English football. The sport in this country has seen figures and clubs as highly regarded as Sir Matt Busby and Sir Alex Ferguson at Manchester United, Arsene Wenger at Arsenal and Brian Clough at Nottingham Forest perish after their long reigns end. Liverpool, though, just kept ticking over. 15 years of Shankly foundations, 9 years of Paisley success and 2 years of Fagan continuity meant Liverpool were a multi-generational force. The era of Kenny Dalglish, new and fresh in many ways behind the scenes, was all set to be going the same way. Dalglish's Liverpool created some of the best teams not only in Liverpool's history but in English football history. Yet the ban exacted on English clubs in Europe meant there is no longer a fair yardstick to rank them. They went toe-to-toe with great teams such as Howard Kendall's Everton and George Graham's Arsenal and consistently beat them, but had no tests on the continent to speak of. This formulated line of succession, which no doubt would have continued into the 21st century if allowed, was only stopped by the insurmountable weight of tragedy. Hillsborough blunted Liverpool's spirit. It broke the manager as the club's transfer policy became distracted and player production had stalled. Of the 1990-91 season, Graham Souness stated, "Liverpool had thrown away the title rather than Arsenal winning it." Well, let's see if you can do any better. And we will in the next video of this issue. Hop over the North Sea with me and to the other two great European teams we've already covered in issue 3, Louis van Gaal's Ajax and their total footballing predecessors. Norwich City's brief time at the top of the English game, or at least regularly playing those who resided there, looked to be coming to a close in 1981 despite the appointment of Ken Brown. By the end of the decade, he probably created Norwich City's greatest ever team. John Bond was gone. His aim at Manchester City was to surround himself with his own coaches, so he did so. Only problem was he had taken John Benson, who Sir Arthur Salve had offered the Norwich job, so he ultimately had to settle for second choice. His second choice, the John Bond coach that got left behind, Ken Brown. Let's be honest, the whole thing was a bit of a shit show. Not Ken Brown, but the situation surrounding the exiting manager and his son Kevin, who still held the captain's armband at Carrow Road. The whole thing turned into a right mess, with barbs being thrown from player to chairman, and somehow Kevin Bond was brought back from the brink of declaring that he'd never play for the club again. Of course, enough bridges had been burned to secure his eventual sale in February, but the club managed a tricky situation as best they could. On the pitch, however, that could not be said.
Of their best chances, but only the one was taken. cross, which should have been taken by Baker, was put into the net by Clive Allen, with call to the side.
Gemmell, and that's Tony Evans in the clear. Hansbury coming off his line, but Evans keeps calm, and Norwich are 2 down.
The record signing that John Bond had left behind in Drazen Muzinic simply wasn't cutting it, but Ken Brown had hit the proverbial jackpot with the acquisition of Liverpool's Dave Watson. The club was already in a precarious Yuletide position, so didn't really need an East Anglian derby against Ipswich to set them on a ruinous path to begin 81, a year which was equal parts disastrous for the Canaries and equal parts glorious for their neighbours down the road. A year which also started with a touch of humiliation in the cup against a former Flame.
Reeves, Bennett is in space, but he hits it inside. And they do try it. It's laid for McKenzie. The Norwich players arriving. Can he finish? Baker comes and then hesitates. It's just about the time for this corner. Power curls it in. McDonald hits 6-0.
7 league losses on the spin had Norwich plunging into the drop zone. Desperate for a foothold, Ken Brown took to the market once again and came up smiling with the signatures of Nottingham Forest Martin O'Neill, Arsenal Steve Walford and goalkeeper Chris Woods. Instantly an upturn in fortunes as Brighton, Middlesbrough, Man City, Everton, Spurs and delightfully Ipswich were all beaten across the space of 8 weeks. With Palace already down, it left a gaggle of clubs from Sunderland in 16th down to Leicester fighting not to earn the other 2 relegation spots. Norwich went to Old Trafford with a 2-point cushion. That would all be but eradicated with a defeat and a win for Brighton. Of all teams Norwich wanted to play, you'd have picked Leicester City, relegated the prior game. The chances were that if the Canaries won on home soil, they would survive. After all, at least one of Everton, Sunderland, Brighton and Wolves would at least drop points. Wolves lost, Everton drew, Brighton won at Leeds, Sunderland won at Liverpool. Not that it mattered though, Jim Melrose hat-trick sunk Norwich down into the 2nd division. Bad news hung in the air like a bad fart. First, key players in Martin O'Neill and Justin Fashanu were sold. Key transfer targets like Tony Henry were missed, and by Christmas, Ken Brown's job was at risk, with the club hemorrhaging cash, losing over 300 grand annually, even with multiple millions coming in player sales. And when the football started, it started horrifically.
All rather neat and intricate this, but the ball coming in now for young Shepherd, and could be danger here, and in fact he's in the bit. That right flank, and Muzinic doesn't really look happy against him, I must say. Here's the cross, it's a good one, in goes the header. Oh, what a glorious, good looking cross, oh, and a dreadful mistake, and Ronnie Moore's in, and Ronnie Moore scores. Here if he can turn this one across, there's danger as Fern goes in for the header. Oh, what a way to finish.
It was a theme of the first half of the season. Whenever a head of steam was built up through wins against likes of Barnsley, Wrexham and Newcastle, they'd piss away goals with alarming regularity. 3 at Watford, 3 at Blackburn, 3 at Luton and 3 at home to Wednesday. The Canaries were offensively mid-table, but the glum mood around the gaff was about to change with the return of Martin O'Neill and the acquisition of West Brom's John Dean after Ken Brown was given the vote of confidence. Only then could the season begin to take shape late on in the day.
Here goes Birchin. It's in, just. Here's Bennett. It's a good one, that's it.
The latest win on the penultimate weekend, one that broke Orient fans' hearts by relegating them, had been Norwich's 10th win from 11 matches. Now, if you look at this league table on the morning of the final game of the season, you would be forgiven for thinking, why try to build tension here? Norwich are already up. Well, I've been a sneaky fuck and admitted the 8th place Leicester, who had 2 games in hand on the Canaries and 6 points to make up. Now in a world of 3 points for a win, they could actually catch Norwich, especially when Ken Brown's side chucked in a defeat at Hillsborough. Thankfully though, Leicester dropped points themselves, them yo-yo Canaries. They just wouldn't go away. Norwich City were top flight again, but they were skirting a fucking fine line. Look at these records of Norwich and Wednesday from the 81-82 season. The first campaign for 3 points for a win. Norwich's 71 points would have been 49 the prior season, and Wednesday's 70 would have been 50 the prior season. Norwich had once again survived on the restructuring of English football. Into the new season, Ken Brown and his side went, completely penniless and having to reduce the wage bill dramatically before they could even think about re-entering the black, never mind improving the playing staff. To say the club didn't have a pot to piss in, it wasn't going completely disastrously.
Cross on the far post, and what a start for David Cross.
And here's Mayer. And Mayer's there. It's a goal. Supporting him, having a go at Downs first. And a good drive.
Only a little bit disastrously, and in all fairness, this is skewed by the lack of available footage of Norwich victories. From the bruising 5-1 at home to Birmingham, to the October triumph over the reigning European champions Villa, to the victories over Ipswich and Luton on successive days after Christmas. To say they'd had 4/5 of feck all pumped into the starting 11, Norwich's position at the turn of the year above the dotted line was nothing short of miraculous, although it should be stated that Mick Channon did come in, originally only for a month as he made his debut at Portman Road after Christmas. That month would eventually bloat into 2.5 years. The whole season, however, spun on a dime when Coventry City were dispatched in the FA Cup 4th round replay at Carrow Road, whilst that and the heroics at home to Ipswich wouldn't generate even a whiff of Wembley thanks to Brighton in the quarter-finals. It did give the club a bit of a lift. Gone were the endless slew of winter defeats, and here was Norwich holding their own in the spring.
Got a foot to that, it's Shannon here. Good cross, Dean. Gets past Kennedy. Goal. O'Neill. It's well struck. It's superbly struck.
Suddenly the Canaries were chirping, which is what Canaries tend to do in April anyway. Luton were beaten at Kenilworth Road, Birmingham were utterly eviscerated at St Andrews, and Sunderland dispatched at Carrow Road before both Arsenal and Liverpool fell to the might of the yellow and green in the space of 3 days. The club had pulled away to the safety of mid-table, and suddenly everything was good news again. There was new investment into the club via the medium of Robert Chase. There was even a trophy by the means of the FA Youth Cup against Everton. The club was even turning a profit. The double over Liverpool eventual league winners meant that Norwich were the first ever team to have taken 6 points off the Anfield club in a single season. Everything was going swimmingly. Then the summer hit. Both Martin O'Neill and Steve Walford departed, and Willie Young succeeded the latter. He'd barely see out the summer, with his spell in Norfolk ravaged by injuries, spats with the management, and the fact that it was piss poor out there on the pitch. John Devine was a quieter but shrewder arrival. Robert Rosario would prove to be one for the future, as Ken Brown made the decision to ship out another so-called one for the future in Justin's brother, John Fashanu. Whilst the mood would take a little while to pick up after a typically tumultuous summer, nothing short of a miraculous display at home to Manchester United kicked the club back into gear.
64th minute, John Devine's cross for Dave Bennett. And it's a couple of defenders first, then Birkin does a rest.
Donowa on the far post, and Mick Channon doesn't miss them from there.
Finds Shannon, and Milman scores.
It goes towards Shannon, Dean's there with him too, and it comes to Dean, and Dean finally.
Mendham for Devine, what a great save! Oh, it's in the back there for a tremendous goal.
Back when there was still a point to being a mid-table top-tier side, glory days in the FA Cup were ultimately still out of the Canaries' reach thanks to a 5th round loss at the baseball ground despite eliminating both Villa and Spurs from the competition. Villa, the side that ejected the Canaries out of the League Cup at the quarter-final stage, this despite the Canaries flapping beyond rivals Ipswich at Portman Road earlier on in the season. Outside of the aforementioned dramatic comeback at home to Manchester United in October, there was the energetic win at Watford, a near-perfect November with top teams in Southampton, West Brom, Everton and Spurs all vanquished before the pick of the bunch, 6 more rocked beyond Graham Taylor's Watford at Carrow Road. If anything, it was supposed to be a mid-season break of relaxation in Malta that clipped the Canaries' wings as they stuttered more in the second half of the season. They had been 7th when they jetted out to the Med, but hadn't settled their top-tier status until 3 games before the end of the campaign afterwards. Regardless, they'd had fun, they'd teased a cup run or 2, and were ultimately very comfortable in the top flight as they entered the 1984-85 campaign.
Jan Malbu gets clear, and Steve Bruce concedes an own goal on his debut. A superb chip, 2-0 Liverpool. His cross has Grobbelaar flapping. Birchin gets the touch. Mendham tidies up. Dean's high and wide, but Grobbelaar can't quite believe it. Breathless stuff this, as Birchin scrambles the equaliser. A tense moment. Neil makes it 3-2 Liverpool. Can they hold on now? Shannon makes it 3-all. A terrific game, and one to remember for Norwich defender Steve Bruce, despite the mishap of that own goal.
Yes, that was brand new signing Steve Bruce putting through his own net on the opening day. Things would get better for the young defender signed from Gillingham, as the club got a healthy enough point from the opener and went from there. Whilst Dave Bennett was forced into quitting the team due to knee problems, Ken Brown flooded the first team with useful prospects nonetheless, from Jeremy Goss and Dale Gordon to Mark Farrington. Meanwhile, Chris Woods went down to injury, ending a run of 171 consecutive games without absence. In his place stepped new cover signing Joe Corrigan, whilst Asa Hartford also added vital experience. They were always going to be hit and miss whilst they got going in the first few months of the campaign.
The ball ran loose and ex-Villa player John Dean scooted in, giving Day no chance.
The veteran's finish was deadly.
Dibble can't control the cross, and 34-year-old Asa Hartford is on the scene.
He's crossed perfectly for Louis Donowa to score.
The match is open to doubt, but certainly Wallace, if he plays for Sunderland, can't expect room like that.
But overall, Norwich couldn't have asked for much more from the opening half of the campaign. Well, maybe they'd have changed the electrical fault which burned down half their stadium in October. Nonetheless, they'd beaten enormous teams like Arsenal and Everton. They were 10th, and not even a New Year's Day defeat against Ipswich could dampen much of their mood going into 85. And the last match that I showed you in that montage up there, a loss in March against Sunderland, well, that was being called a dress rehearsal, and that means only one thing: the Canaries were off to Wembley once again.
The wonder that the players could see the ball, let alone the goal.
Despite the fog, the match attracted a crowd of close on 10,000, almost 5 times the Aldershot average this season. 8 minutes later, Norwich increased their lead, John Dean turning in his 8th goal of the season.
Get the ball away. Watson, his former England colleague, pressed into service by County. That was just before half-time.
Thanks to the great work of the Grimsby Town ground staff and helper, there's a small army there who worked so hard all day, and that really made all the difference. We can bring you the Milk Cup quarter-final between Grimsby and Norwich City, and a good cup tie it turns out to be.
3 waiting for the cross. And Dean, and the goalkeeper couldn't keep it out. Norwich City are in front, and a fair reflection on the play.
Van Wyk up to Dean. Will he turn? Dean. Deflected in! Bruce! Steve Bruce has got it!
Got a goal, yeah, deflected. Got one every round so far. I'd love to get one at the Twin Towers now, you know. It's going to be a great day out for everybody from Norfolk.
The roof's going to come through. Unbelievable. Great. I think it was just a corner from Morty. I was getting free a bit. We worked on getting picture of the road and leave me space, and the just went from there, you know, brilliant.
Good play by John Dean, it's still in. Shannon, the tackle. Oh, and it's an own goal. Came off Chisholm. Asa Hartford claiming it.
The League Cup was starting to become Norwich City's competition, right from winning it in its second ever running in 1962 to the 2 lost Wembley finals of the 70s. Finally, the Canaries had sung at the National Stadium, and it only took until 1985 to do so. But from the replayed tie at Aldershot, the snow-ridden Grimsby quarter-final, and the high-octane, incredibly tense 2-legged semi with Ipswich, not to mention the act of going to win at Wembley, it had all taken the stuffing out of Norwich. When the Alan Hardacre Trophy returned to Carrow Road, the Canaries found themselves a comfortable 13th, 9 points off the drop, not about to threaten a European spot. Not that Norwich had to worry about that one, winning the League Cup had already sewn that up. Upon their return home, Norwich took all 3 points off Coventry, then the fun really started. Norwich had officially signed off for the season with a win at Stamford Bridge on May 14th, but they may as well have signed off after Wembley. From April onwards, they had lost 9 of 14 games. Their season concluded on the 14th, and whilst 18th place was unideal and there were both West Ham and Coventry City with multiple games in hand on them, the Sky Blues needed to win all 3 of their remaining fixtures to relegate Norwich. They got their first 3 points of their 9 needed at Stoke on the 17th, but it just wasn't going to happen now, was it?
The unlikeliest source. They all missed it, but not Brian Kilcline, leaving Cyril Regis to score his second and perhaps last goal for Coventry.
Norwich were down. Coventry hadn't won 3 in a row in the top flight of English football in nearly 2 years before this one. And just when Norwich were at their most vulnerable, a sharp kick to the ribs came next. English clubs will be banned from European football for the next 5 years because of the Heysel disaster.
Watson goes up to the far post. Oh, and there's an own goal from the unfortunate Connor. And there's the whistle for the end of the game. Norwich said his 23rd league win takes them one step nearer a quick return to the First Division.
Knowing what we know about Norwich City and their ability to yo-yo back up to the top flight when they have been knocked down a peg or two, did you ever expect anything other than an immediate return? This time they did it in style, and they did it with weeks to spare. Right from the off, it was obvious that Norwich were going places when they acquired a sextuple of talent like Kevin Drinkle, Ian Culverhouse, Mike Phelan, Wayne Biggins, David Williams and Gary Brook. The first few weeks were a little tentative, what with defeats on the road at Blackburn, Millwall and Portsmouth before Wimbledon's crazy gang upset them in October. It hardly helped matters that directors were resigning en masse because of a dispute surrounding a building firm that were hired for the new main stand. In the end, Arthur Souths was spat out of the spin cycle and Robert Chase was hired as chairman in his place. On the pitch though, before the Canaries could start moping about the gaff and letting outside matters affect them, they turned on the style either side of Christmas. When Wimbledon came back to tear another strip off them on March the 8th, 18 games had passed and Norwich hadn't lost a single one and now commanded a 12-point lead over the Dons in 4th place, aka promotion was all but confirmed before the spring. That summer, it was easy to see why the Norwich City yo-yo might be in effect in reverse when you had Chris Woods and Dave Watson jumping ship for teams as lofty as Rangers and Everton respectively. Naturally, a slew of replacements flooded in, from Trevor Putney, Ian Crook and Ian Butterworth to the Sunderland double act of David Hodgson and Sean Elliott. Whilst Putney would be reliable in a Canary shirt, Hodgson wouldn't make it beyond November, by which point the final piece of the puzzle was slotted into place, Chris Wood's belated replacement, a certain Brian Gunn. We're fresh new main stand erected, a new division to play in, let's crack on and show you some footage of, statistically, Norwich City's greatest season in professional football so far.
Mike Phelan was just one of a string of impressive performances early in the season.
It is slipped away, and 12 minutes later, Newcastle were beaten. Dale Gordon receives from Williams, Thomas blocks, but the rebound falls to Drinkle and
The explosive start to the season had Norwich second to Nottingham Forest after 9 matches, only via the medium of goal difference. Naturally, this couldn't last too long, as proven when a couple of stuttering October draws graduated into Merseyside thrashings by the end of the year, and only 2 games before Christmas were won. No matter how impressive they had been disposing of Spurs and Oxford at Carrow Road, the Canaries had settled into a more natural order of things in 9th by Christmas, allowing the big boys of Arsenal, Forest, Liverpool and Everton to occupy the top 4. And whilst they were quickly unseated from both cup competitions, it was a testament to the club as to how they'd bounced back from a 4-0 Goodison whitewash in early December to a similarly pitiful display at White Hart Lane in April. Not a single league game was lost. Alright, only 5 matches were won in that time frame, but they had beaten Forest, won at Old Trafford, also been hard to beat, especially in the face of Arsenal, Watford, Chelsea, Villa and others, was a skill in of itself. The draw specialists were back, and entering April, Norwich occupied the top 7. Nobody came close to their tally of losing just 5 matches, and whilst that would nearly double in the 9 games before the end of the season, the Canaries were perched impressively in 5th place, a club record in the top flight. Only Everton could match their impressive loss record, and they had just romped to the title, so just imagine if some of those draws had been turned into victories. Maybe little old Norwich could have snuck in a title race instead of lingering 18 points back on the Toffees. Everything should have been rosy, shouldn't it? But haven't you heard? This is Norwich City Football Club.
Has done well. Can he get the cross in? He does. It's a good one. A great goal from Rocastle.
7 games. This fine away win at Norwich helped lift the gloom. Barry Horn, the scorer.
Just in case you missed the first of our Norwich City videos, click on it here. It's the start of a 4-part series that we're doing this week.
Powerful-looking team, and off we go.
Rangers had just reached their second European final, only to lose it again. All the while Jock Stein was building an empire at Parkhead that had just won him the quadruple. This is the story of Ibrox being in the shadows of the late 60s before the great Rangers revival in the latter half of the 70s. Not only had Celtic stolen the ultimate march on Rangers by hiring Jock Stein, they'd won the quadruple, become the first British team to win the European Cup, but Rangers had to endure their worst result ever, a loss against Berwick Rangers in the Cup, the ramifications of which would be felt for quite some time. Personnel-wise, John Greig and Sandy Jardine had become integral cogs in the Rangers machine. Slowly but surely the 64 treble team were being morphed into one that, hopefully, could compete by the time the 70s swung around. Not even the younger members of the squad were immune, as 22-year-old Jim Forrest, who had been responsible for well over 100 goals, he was scapegoated for the defeat and moved on to Preston ahead of the 67-68 season. It was a campaign that started with a loss, a draw and a win over Celtic, as Rangers' greatest rivals eliminated them from the League Cup group phase, while Simon got one over on Jock Stein in the Ibrox League game. Entering November, Rangers had dropped just 2 points in home draws against Hearts and Dunfermline. They led Hibs by a point, Celtic by 2, and were atop the Scottish game. Not good enough apparently, as Scott Simon was jettisoned in favour of David White, who had 1 year of managerial experience, taking Clyde to 3rd place in the league the prior year and had been poached as Simon's assistant that summer. Whilst Hearts had White's number after a quarter-final replay in the Scottish Cup, Rangers had made the latter stages of European competition, having dispatched of Dynamo Dresden and FC Köln in the Fairs Cup. What awaited on the other side of Crimbo was Leeds United. The holders had held Rangers to a goalless draw at Ibrox and quickly dispatched of them in the reverse fixture in Yorkshire. And yet, the season wasn't all over just yet. You see, either side of this Leeds elimination, Rangers had picked up successive home league wins against Dundee United and Raith Rovers, the combination of Alexis Ferguson and Willoughby enough for the goals. Even though it left Rangers with the title initiative, the Light Blues were ruined their harsh suspension placed on new signing Colin Stein. Sent off in a 6-0 win against Clyde, not for the first time that season, Stein was subjected to a season-ending 6-week ban. Rangers were only a point and a place back on the so-called Lisbon Lions with a game in hand. That came next, away at 6th place Morton. A needlessly insane 3-3 draw tied Rangers level on points with their rivals, but they were still behind them on goal average. Now Rangers had to rely on favours. They didn't get one from Morton, who went to Parkhead and lost, as Rangers kept up the pretence with a steely win at Rugby Park. Given that Celtic would end their season the Tuesday after Rangers, they would either be given the benefit of hindsight to know the result required, or have the pressure heaped on, depending on your outlook. Either way, it counted for shit all when Rangers led Aberdeen 2-1 and somehow chucked in a defeat, leaving a miracle from Jesus himself to keep Celtic from winning the league. You'll be surprised to learn that Dunfermline didn't in fact beat Celtic by more than 30 goals to hand the title to Rangers. The subsequent 68-69 campaign started in identical fashion to the last one. Celtic dumped Rangers out of the League Cup groups before Rangers won the 2 points in the Old Firm curtain raiser. Outside of that though, at least in the league, is where the similarities stopped. Rangers were able to double Celtic, and after twatting Clyde 6-0 on March 15th, they remained in the title hunt, only 2 behind Celtic with 8 to play. After securing a Scottish Cup final with a win against Aberdeen on March 22nd, Rangers proceeded to win just 3 games in all competitions from their remaining 12, as both Dundee clubs and Airdronians had their number, allowing Celtic to coast to the league. Whilst a loss in Bilbao to Athletic Club kept Rangers in the Fairs Cup, they would be eliminated back in similar fashion to another English side, a 0-0 up at Ibrox before failing to score in defeat, back in England this time to Newcastle. The most gut-wrenching defeat though was saved for Hampden.
Better half of Celtic normally comes up to get his head near it, and he's done it! He's done just that! Done just that!
The scapegoat this time, Alex Ferguson, who, after not picking up his man from a corner, allowed Celtic to score. It would be the last time he wore the blue of Rangers. The summer of '69 was desperate times, so called for desperate measures, those being Jim Baxter's sensational return. However, it quickly became apparent that he was no longer the same player. He'd last just 1 season before retiring, aged only 31. At the 3rd time of asking in the League Cup groups, David White had gotten one over Celtic, sharing the points with the trading of wins. The problem though was a 3-3 draw at home to Raith Rovers, which blocked Rangers' passage to the next phase. A combination of 3 defeats from their first 8 in the league and not making it beyond Christmas in the Cup Winners' Cup meant that David White's tenure as Rangers manager was over. As the club's 4th permanent manager, he remains the only man to have completed more than a full season and not won the club a trophy. His successor went by the name of Willie Waddell. If anything, league form got worse when it was apparent that Celtic weren't there to be caught, and in the one level playing field he received against the Parkhead club, they were dispatched at the quarter-final stage of the Scottish Cup. The gap was 12 points to Celtic, who showed no signs of slowing as they appeared in a second European final. It is the mark of how bad Rangers had become that their season highlight was Feyenoord's shock win in the final. Another boost was that the old firm was finally kept apart in the League Cup groups. Dropping just 1 point and easing beyond Hibs and Cowden Beef only put off the prospect of an old firm tie in the competition. Hampden awaited another chance for Rangers to end 4.5 barren years. Leading the line, a 16-year-old by the name of Derek Johnston. Whilst captain John Greig was missing with illness, the omens did not look great.
And Derek Johnston out in front.
The 1970 League Cup final, a lonely island in a slew of Celtic dominance and Rangers silver in the past 5 years. It wouldn't be the last Derek Johnston goal at Hampden against Celtic that campaign, but sadly the Scottish Cup final would be lost after a replay 4 days later. And whilst 4th place was where Rangers ended up, the entire season ultimately paled into insignificance when 66 people lost their lives on Stairway 13 after a crush late on in the New Year's derby at Ibrox. Out of disaster, Willie Waddell made himself a hero, attending funerals, visiting the injured in hospital and setting it in motion that Ibrox would be renovated so something like this could never happen again. Domestically, the 1971-72 season appeared doomed right from the off. They lost 4 of their first 5 league matches, all but slamming the door on an already unlikely title bid as early as September. Rangers though would finish a position higher and 3 points better off compared to the prior campaign, but now the chasm to Celtic had grown a point to 16. By which point the League Cup had already been surrendered thanks to a pair of defeats against Celtic. The Scottish Cup wouldn't be much kinder after a marathon run ended at the semi-final stage to Hibs, as Rangers had to endure 3 replays in an already bloated season. A season bloated by a good old run in Europe.
Du Stade Rennais. Une faute qui lui est fatale, une reprise fulgurante de l'ailier gauche Johnson.
Mas acabaram por perder à luz dos regulamentos.
Kicked away, stopped on the line, and driven in.
By hook or by crook, Rangers were through to another semi-final in European competition, now aiming for their 3rd Cup Winners' Cup final to be held at the Camp Nou in Barcelona. In scenes much like today's pontificating about how football should be played, Rennes manager Jean Prouff wasn't best pleased with Rangers' direct style in a 1-1 draw in the French first leg, which kicked off the cup run, and Alex McDonald's goal back at Ibrox won the tie. They were busy calling it McCatenaccio. Far more controversy was reserved for the last 16 tie with Sporting. After a special enough 3-2 win at Ibrox in the first leg, which ought to have been more, that scoreline was repeated in the first 90 minutes of the return fixture as the home side prompted extra time with a 3-2 lead. When Willie Henderson netted after 100 minutes and Sporting replied, the game went to penalties, this despite the away goals rule still being in effect in extra time. The referee didn't notice, Sporting won the shootout, and it was only the work of journalist John Fairgrieve who brought it to everyone's attention. The following morning, Rangers were confirmed as winners on away goals. The mode of progression beyond Torino in the quarter-final stage, much more traditional, as Willie Johnston grabbed the away goal in Turin and Alex McDonald netted the only goal back at home in the second leg. Deja vu? Not quite. It was the same method used to dispose of Rennes back in round 1. Next was Bayern Munich, and whilst not champions of Europe just yet, they did have a totemic spine featuring Sepp Maier, Franz Beckenbauer, Paul Breitner and Gerd Müller, and plus, Rangers knew all about them after 67.
Oh, mit Würgegriff fast und jetzt Breitner. Und Tor! Habe ich gemerkt, dass das Tor leer war. Er hätte ins Tor schlagen können, den Ball. Und dann gibt's Eigentor. Ja, gibt's denn das?
Through to Jordan. Jordan working his midfield triangle, left foot shot, and it's a good one, and it's there! A sensation! Over it comes, punched away one-handed, and a chance for a goal! Referee gives it.
They were no match for Rangers, who once again remained resolute on the road, this time relying on an own goal for their score draw in the away first leg. And this time, after a monumental night at Ibrox in front of 80,000, Sandy Jardine grabbed one, Derek Parley his only goal of the campaign with the other, to pencil in Rangers for their third ever Cup Winners' Cup final. Next stop, Barcelona, Dynamo Moscow.
Towards Colin Steen. Here's Steen at the goal! It's a goal by Steen, what a goal! It's a good ball to goal! It's a goal by Willie Johnston. Steen, and here's Willie Johnston with a chance. And it's a goal. It's a goal by Johnston. The great chance for the Russians. And that's a goal. And it's a goal. And it is. The final whistle's gone. Rangers have won the European Cup Winners' Cup. And onto the field go thousands upon thousands.
And just talk about resolve. In front of a largely Scottish crowd, Rangers walked into a 3-goal lead only to be dragged back by the underdogs. But they would hold out and strike it third time lucky. Some note for Willie Waddell to sign off on. Waddell was moved upstairs to become general manager, which allowed Jock Wallace to take the reins. He would be manager at Ibrox for a melting pot of change as heroes in Colin Steen and Willie Johnston departed not long into the season. Steen sold off to Coventry for a measly 140k, whilst Johnston was flogged off to West Brom. Rangers started the season well, comprehensively through in the League Cup, however they'd suffer 3 losses from their first 5, which kneecapped them instantly in the league. And with the League Cup all for nothing thanks to a semi-final elimination at the hands of Hibs, there wasn't much to play for until the Scottish Cup swung back around. The 1973 Scottish Cup final was more important than most. For one, it was a centenary year for organised Scottish football and 101 years after Rangers had been formed. Jock Wallace's side had been unbeaten in the last 25 games in a strong end to an otherwise whitewashed season for teams in green. Hibs beat Celtic in the League Cup, and Celtic, by now naturally, won their 8th championship flag on the spin. It had been 7 long years since Kai Johnson's winner in the 66 final, but that was also against a strong championship winning Celtic side.
Johnston. To have time. It's a good ball, it's a goal! And towards Khan. Khan going through. And it's there! This is a
club made their belated return to the Cup Winners' Cup after being banned from the competition owing to crowd trouble in the 72 final. They returned to a different playing field. Borussia Mönchengladbach the team to defeat them after Ajax had made similarly easy work of the Light Blues in the Super Cup the prior season. Against a team as dominant as Steen's Celtic, losing 3 of your first 6 in the league spelled disaster, and it meant another regression in the Championship to 3rd behind Hibs. This time there would be no safety net as Celtic eliminated them from the League Cup and Dundee disposed of them in the Scottish Cup. With title 10 on the horizon at Parkhead, something had to change, and quick. When Bill Struth became manager of Rangers, Celtic led the way in terms of Scottish Championships, 15 titles to 10. When the next seismic manager took charge in an old firm capacity, Jock Stein, Rangers had overtaken their rivals, earning 34 to Celtic's 20. Heading into the 1974-75 campaign, that deficit had been significantly reduced thanks to Steen's 9 titles won in a row. To stop Celtic's 30th crown and a landmark 10 in a row, Rangers had to stop their longest ever championship drought immediately. They were doubled by Hibs in the League Cup group phase, signalling the end of Rangers' first dream of silverware. But in the league they started like a house on fire, winning 11 and drawing 2 of the first 13, which included a first win at Parkhead since 1968. This was the trophy that really mattered. Despite losses at Hibs and Airdronians, another old firm win kept Rangers clear of their rivals as February commenced. They led by a point, 12 matches remained. Rangers continued to scrape results, 2-0 at home to Dunfermline and 2-1 at Clyde and at home to Hearts, whilst a Derek Parlane hat-trick at home to Killie didn't confirm both points in a 3-3 draw. Meanwhile at Parkhead, their quest for 10 had caved in, 2 points from 3 games, which was followed by an even more disastrous March, losses at Aberdeen and Airdrie, with a defeat at home to Dundee United wedged in between. As Jock Wallace's side kept scraping wins at home to St Johnstone and Motherwell, as well as at Dens Park, Rangers were on the precipice of the title. Celtic weren't even second anymore when the Light Blues travelled to Easter Road, the team in second place. A point would be enough for the title.
Sprinting downfield, and it's a nice cross. There's a great chance for him, and the ball's in the net, and it's a goal. There's Jim MacArthur. Here's Jordan. Keane going on the outside, going in the front. Chance for Stein, and a goal! Jackson heading down. And
11 years of hurt was over, as was 9 years of Celtic tyranny. There remained John Gray, Colin Jackson and Willie Matheson in blue, the only ones who had tasted championship glory up until now. The club was on a high, taking on a world tour of places like Canada, New Zealand and Australia, and the good vibe bled well into the subsequent campaign with the League Cup won over Celtic in October. A 4-match winless run in the league which had transformed overnight to the Premier League, combined with a European Cup exit to Saint Etienne, was the first true test of the season. However, the 1-0 loss at Pittodrie on December the 6th was Rangers' last defeat of the season in all competitions. When Celtic stumbled in mid-April, Rangers simply kept going, wrapping up another championship at Tannadice 2 days before the final Old Firm derby of the season. Celtic wouldn't even be able to stop Rangers going for the domestic treble since they'd already exited the cup. Instead, Jock Wallace's men met Hearts at Hampden.
Johnson moving in, and it's a goal! He's putting it in. Now McDonald. And it's in! Nice play by McKean. There's the cross, there's the goal.
The third treble was complete once again, surpassing Celtic. It would be the last time for a bit that Rangers would have something to shout about, considering the absolute shit show that was the 76-77 campaign. A League Cup season that ran 11 matches does sound like fun, but it required 6 league games and 4 attempts to defeat Clydebank in the quarter-finals. So by the time Aberdeen stuck 5 beyond them in the semis, plenty just didn't care anymore. After all, FC Zurich had eliminated them from the first round of the European Cup, and a failure to beat Celtic in the first 3 of 4 Old Firm league meetings had put the league to bed by January. The good old Scottish Cup though soon came back around again, and a mix of home ties and comfortable opponents eased Rangers into Hampden. The final, opponents being who they were, it was never going to be easy.
What a nerve-wracking moment for Kennedy.
And there we had it, a blue treble exchange for a green double in Glasgow. With the rise of both Aberdeen and Dundee United, it made the 77-78 campaign completely unpredictable. Wallace made a bit of a splash in the market, Bobby Russell, Gordon Smith and Davy Cooper all coming in. That combined with the abolition of the League Cup group phase, it was an easing in process to the season. Thank fuck, because both Aberdeen and Hibs beat Rangers in the first two league games of the campaign. Thankfully, a 3-2 win in the first Ibrox derby of the season counteracted those upsets, as did progress through to the quarterfinals of the League Cup, where Rangers beat Dunfermline comfortably. The only brick to fall, typically, was yet another early exit from European matters. Young Boys beaten in the qualifiers, but FC Twente stopped Rangers from scoring in 2 games to eliminate them in the first round. Before the Light Blues turned up to Pittodrie and received a Christmas Eve pumping on the East Coast, Rangers led the table by a commanding 5 points. In spite of a January 78 win over Celtic, the true test of Rangers' title credentials was in Aberdeen come the spring. When the Dons dished out another win over Rangers, a 2-horse title race became that bit closer, now just 4 points. By the time the club re-emerged in the league to defeat Partick Thistle, yet another trophy had been added to the cabinet. Gordon Smith with the winner in the League Cup final against Celtic. 1 down, 2 to go. Inroads were being made into the other cup too, defeating Berwick Rangers of all teams, Stirling Albion and Kilmarnock to pencil in a Dundee United semi. Since Celtic had already been put out, Rangers were now favourites for a second treble in 3 seasons. It was only ever going to be Celtic to spur on the charge to stop that feat, winning as they did on March 25th at Parkhead. Hibs, St Mirren and Ayr United all followed suit in taking points off Jock Wallace's side to stretch a record which now read 2 wins from 7. The best friends of the Ibrox club in April 1978, Dundee United, who rolled over not just once or twice but 3 times, failing to score in all 3 games as Rangers booked another Hampden final and put them on the verge of another league title. 1 match remained, Motherwell at home, whilst Aberdeen travelled to 5th place Hibs. A simple bettering of their rivals' result would do. Colin Jackson and Gordon Smith with the strikes in a 2-0 win that confirmed leg 2 of 3 of a substantial treble. Next up, Aberdeen and the chance at another streak of immortality. Enjoying the Scottish football videos we've been putting out lately? Well, get on this playlist. Beyond Celtic and Rangers, we've got football from Dundee, Aberdeen, Edinburgh and Motherwell. In the mid-1970s, Swansea City was scraping the bottom of the barrel, fighting for re-election to the Football League. By the end of the decade, they found an energetic young player-manager to take them on a wild ride. These are the long-forgotten glory days of Swansea City.
I suppose the greatest day in the history of Swansea City. After 61 years in the league, they're in the First Division.
Let's bang out a quick history of football in Swansea. 1912, the Titanic sinks, but Swansea Town was formed. A year later, the Welsh Cup was sealed against Pontypridd at the first available opportunity. Once the Great War is out of the way and once the Football League bloats out to 3 professional divisions, the club finally gains admittance into the English Football League in 1920, following in the footsteps of other Welsh clubs Cardiff City and Newport County. Under the tenure of Joe Bradshaw, Swansea Town won promotion to the second tier with a win over Exeter in 1925. They continued to get routine chances at silverware in the Welsh Cup, which they are allowed to play in alongside the other Welsh teams who compete in the English leagues. And it is one of those that Swansea Town defeated in 1932's Welsh Cup final replay, Wrexham, long before Ryan Reynolds and Snoop Dogg had even been born to know what Wales or football was. The first half of the decade, despite talents like Ivor Allchurch and Mel Nurse, despite the goals of Jack Fowler and briefly Cyril Pearce, Swansea were in a seemingly perpetual cycle of bouncing between the second and third tiers. There were the heartbreakingly close defeats in FA Cup semi-finals, in 1926 to Bolton, despite dispatching Arsenal, and then in 1964 against Preston North End, despite being victorious over Bill Shankly's Liverpool. The following year, however, Swansea began their sharp descent into the 4th division. This despite being named Swansea City in 1969 and despite being intertwined with 2 more Welsh Cup successes, one against a Welsh team playing in the English non-league, Bangor City, the other against an English team playing English League football, Chester City. And whilst Roy Bentley stemmed the tide, prompting the club's promotion back into the 3rd tier in 1970, by 1975, 3 years after his departure from the Vetchfield, the club bottomed out into 22nd place. Thus, they were landed in the perils of a potential demotion to non-league English football. With the League of Wales not around the corner until 1992, Swansea were only kept in professional football by their only ever re-election. They were forced to sell the Vetch to the City Council for 50 grand and were bailed out by a grant of £150,000, which helped significantly reduce the club's overdraft. Crowds as low as 1,400 saw the team now, with only 503 season tickets purchased by supporters ahead of the 1975-76 campaign. Harry Griffiths had just about kept the club afloat thereafter. After a mid-table consolidation in 76, an aborted promotion attempt followed before his resignation in February 1978 off the back of a home defeat to Darlington. He would serve underneath the new manager, but heartbreakingly for too brief an amount of time. Swansea had shopped around the managerial market and come out sucking their own thumbs. Eddie McCready turned the club down in favour of an offer to go to the States. Bill McGarry opted for the Newcastle United job, and even Newport's Colin Addison had rejected the Jacks. In the end, they settled on John Toshak as player-manager. As decisions go, it was left field to say the absolute least. 28 years of age, he was far and away the youngest manager of the Football League. It would also prove to be the club's most inspired decision yet. Toshak found the Swans in 5th place, not even the highest of the Welsh teams, but they did have games in hand on the nearby Newport, who were clinging on to the final promotion spot. It took a couple of games for Toshak's side to get going, but once March got into full swing, they got going. 4 wins on the spin before the ultimate display, a club record 8-0 hammering of Hartlepool United, Robbie James and Alan Curtis bagging themselves hat-tricks. Their latest win snatched the 4th promotion spot, no playoffs in these days, as 8 matches remained in the season. On the final straight, Swansea traded wins equally with losses, but they were nonetheless within touching distance of promotion. All that was needed was a win in the penultimate game against Scunthorpe United and favours from elsewhere. A day that would eventually be another step towards their eventual promotion quickly turned to tragedy when Harry Griffiths collapsed in the treatment room. A man who gave over 30 years of his life to the club had effectively died for the club at the Vetch. 4 days later, Swansea were promoted on the same ground with a win over Halifax Town. Brutally, football had to move on. The summer of 1978, a launch pad for the club. 3 years prior, they struggled to get an average of 2,000 turning up to the Vetchfield. Come 1978, they had sold more than that in season tickets and had splashed 150 grand out on stadium improvements. Not only that, but they had broken their transfer record by bringing in Toshak's Liverpool pal Phil Borsma, as well as veterans Tommy Smith and Ian Callaghan. Alan Waddle also joined at one end of the pitch, Jeff Crudgington at the other end in net, before perhaps the most crucial signing was assistant manager Terry Medwin. In approach to their final match before Christmas, the Swans were embroiled in another promotion push. They'd applied for a return to the reserves leagues and the club was quite clearly heeled. Whilst the first months of 79 bottomed the club out to 5th place, their loss at Lincoln on March 24th would be their last of the campaign. 6 wins and 5 draws from their next 11 games kept them in the promotion hunt and an incredibly tight-knit league. A win in their final match against Chesterfield would give them their best possible opportunity. Shrewsbury had won the previous night to get promoted. Swansea had to wait for news from elsewhere before they could celebrate, and then it arrived, packaged neatly from Hillsborough. Swindon had gone there and lost. Swansea were second division for the first time in 14 years. A fast-tracked rise from Division 4 to 2 in as many years was always going to be tough, but when the Jacks lost talisman Alan Curtis, it was going to be that much harder. Whilst they couldn't fill the Curtis void, his £400,000 sale was partly plugged by Dave Rushbury, Tommy Craig and John Mahoney. The wild ride Swansea had gone on had sped up the whirling dervish of transfers, Tommy Smith and Jeff Crudgington both departing before Division 2 could turn up. Whilst the Swansea public had let their imagination get away from them, almost expecting another rise into the top flight, outside of that fact that they had never risen to such heights, the fact that Toshak was barely 30, the fact that the club was on the verge of non-league less than 5 years later, it was totally unrealistic. The fact that the Jacks never really strayed from mid-table for the entirety of the season should be an achievement in of itself, especially after losing a star player. Don't feel sorry for Swansea though, they had continued to be active in the market. First came Wrexham's David Giles for 70 grand, before West Brom's Dave Stewart was acquired for the goal, and finally, towards the back end of the campaign, the soon-to-be jewel in the crown, Burnley's Leighton James. Swansea even dipped into the European market for Jamal Hadziabdzic from Velas Mostar. The club, now averaging over 10,000, was ready for the big time.
Leighton James, deflection off the wall, and a goal! Robbie James! Big play by Swansea. Robbie James, driven in, and Charles came in! By Robinson, that could be awkward. James making ground, this is a good run. Good stop by the goalkeeper Carr. Can he get it in this time? Oh, I say he can!
Clearance dropping straight for Robinson. Oh, and it's gone in! Mahoney to Hadziabdzic, making space for himself. Well, what a superb goal that was! Don't commit himself here, and Curtis has got through the gap. Oh, it's off the line, or was it? The referee has given the goal.
Toshak told supporters that it would take up to 10 games for the team to gel. By game 10, with only 2 defeats, his team were well in the promotion shake-up. That belief would only grow stronger with displays like the one at home to Newcastle in December. It was a result that confirmed the double over the great club, and as 1980 drew to a close, Swansea were encamped in the top 2. Promotion was on. Upon this fact, yet more reshuffling as Alan Waddle made way to Newport for the return of the great Alan Curtis. Even though the club had been subjected to 5 straight defeats, they only dropped to within 3 points of the automatics. Their return to the conversation, however, was brought on by wins at the Vetch against Bolton and Wrexham. A late March trip to Grimsby was an empty one, but it would be the last time that the Swans suffered a similar fate. That's where Derby are beaten at the baseball ground, and when Chelsea are not only beaten but thrashed. A further point at home to Luton set up a finale for the ages at Preston on the final day. They simply needed to match the result of their promotion rivals Blackburn, Luton, as well as Derby to go up. Toshak had decisions to make, perhaps the biggest of his managerial career thus far being the dropping of his captain John Mahoney, as Jeremy Charles returned up top and Tommy Craig was handed the armband. 19,000 at Deepdale, more than half of which had traipsed over from Swansea. Preston had beaten the Jacks 3-0 in the reverse. If that was replicated, the dream would be postponed.
So cleverly, Leighton James, it's there, and Robinson. Good skill. High
try one. And can the goalkeeper stop it? He can't, it's Craig. That's under contenders and they've come off best so far. Difficult one for the goalkeeper. Chance. Now Robbie James with space. Charles.
For the first time in their history, Swansea City were in the top flight. There were many who had been with them every step of the way. Robbie James and Jeremy Charles, as well as Wyndham Evans, from Division 4 right to the very top. In a world of 3 points for a win for the very first time, the club had to be bullish. They'd already shown as much in the transfer market: Everton's Bob Latchford, Wrexham's Dye Davies, and a staggering 350 grand on Liverpool's Colin Irwin. It should be noted that on his First Division journey, Swansea would be one of a few clubs who would be bestowed European football by virtue of winning the Welsh Cup 3 times on the spin. First against Hereford United upon their promotion in '81, before actual Welsh clubs Cardiff and Wrexham were beaten in the following years.
Fußballs. 4 Stationen beim 1:0. Freistoß Lievers, Altmann Schöne und platzierter Kopfball von Kinne. Der sieht Kinne. Und wieder Molt. Den Gästen gelangt zwar nach Fehler von René Müller noch der Anschlusstreffer durch Charles. Am Ende blieb der Tabellendritte der ersten englischen Division.
Swansea hadn't played in Europe since they had lost in the Cup Winners' Cup to Slavia Sofia in 1966, and it showed. They had yet to win a match on the continent, and that run continued. Whilst their European campaign had been cold at the very first hurdle, things back home weren't going too badly at all.
Well, choosing a beautiful, that's a lovely dummy, and it could be a goal, it is! Jeremy Charles scored it!
Well, from the end, they were roaring again. Alan comes to the pass to Greenby, big penalty from 25 yards.
Latchford heads back, James finishes the start.
Don't go thinking I'm cherry-picking these results. They beat the elite of Leeds, Spurs and Arsenal just as much as they had secured victories against Brighton, Sunderland and Stoke, all in advance of November. And whilst we could all celebrate those particular results as Swansea sat in the lofty position of 4th, only 3 points off the Manchester United pace, and having played 2 fewer games too, Toshak's most impressive result arguably came in a draw to begin October. A trip to Anfield gave the former Liverpool frontman a chance to test himself not only against his former club but against the reigning European champions. It seemed only fitting that Toshak would be the first visiting Anfield manager after the death of his former manager, Bill Shankly. If that result didn't prove that Swansea could hang in the new division, these ones could.
Looking for Latchford. Curtis, a good effort! What a brilliant goal. Curtis. And it went, I think, through Bailey's legs.
And that's without being able to find you footage of Swansea's incredible victories over the reigning champions of England, Aston Villa, in December, and in the reverse game against Liverpool in February. By then, Toshak's side had become undeniable. After the brief wobble that was Christmas and New Year '82, what with its cup exit at home to Liverpool and defeats to Everton, Forest and fellow surprise title contenders Southampton, as well as Leeds, Swansea went again. They dropped just 4 points in 9 matches. Their win at Molineux had Swansea top of the league. They topped it for the first time in October and had led the league on Christmas Day. Not for 60 years had a Welsh club topped the English league. Toshak's side could realistically make history and do what Cardiff City couldn't do in the 1920s and win the thing.
Rimmer making the decoy run for him. Higgins at the back post to Sharp. Sharp can lay it up for Heath. Good goal.
They'd signed Ray Kennedy and Ian Walsh throughout the season, and it was just simply not enough come the end of the campaign for Swansea to win the league. An incredible thing to say given that less than a decade prior the club had nearly vanished into non-league. The apparently well signposted floundering in March against Ipswich and West Ham was apparently unrealised when the Swans' April rebound generated 10 points from 4 matches. It kept Swansea in the top 3 and only 6 points from the Liverpool summit. Their final 6 matches, however, generated just 3 points, all won away at the home of recent 2-time European champions Nottingham Forest on May the 8th. It meant a final resting place of 6th, a position well within the European places had Swansea not won the Welsh Cup anyway. They'd joined Spurs in the Cup Winners' Cup, but Toshak's side would be incredibly unfortunate to be one of the 4 teams drawn into the preliminary round. It's a massive shame that footage of the games against Braga, Swansea's first ever successful European tie, as well as the ridiculous 17-0 aggregate triumph over Maltese side Salima Wanderers, has been lost to history. Their last 16 tie against Paris Saint-Germain, however, does survive. Not the giants that they are today, particularly when Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Real Madrid and Inter Milan were all taking part in the same competition. There was a chance then that Swansea could actually win.
Grazie a questo gol del suo giocatore di colore Tocco che segna 20 minuti dalla fine, 25esimo.
Da Parigi per la vittoria del Paris Saint-Germain sui gallesi dello Swansea, che inizia l'azione, scambia con un compagno, si chiude bene il triangolo, raddoppio di Fernando.
By the time of this European exit, it was clear that this season wasn't going to go as well back home as it had done in the prior campaign. They got on hold of 4 wins so far, all at home and against teams like Coventry, Norwich, Spurs and Southampton, but they had been near useless on the road. Come their European exit, Swansea were just 1 point ahead of the drop. John Toshak had to briefly come out of retirement to sit on the bench since he was undergoing an injury crisis to the centre-half region. It had been a start to the campaign pocked by rumours that the manager had been earmarked to be Bob Paisley's successor up at Anfield, since he had confirmed his retirement at the end of the 82-83 season. This can't have helped matters, nor was the Football League ruling that Swansea were unable to acquire any new players after defaulting on their transfer payments to Everton for Bob Latchford and Gary Stanley. With transfer debt still at £275,000, there was no excuse when the club had been boasting of season ticket revenue close to £500,000. Then there was Toshak's behaviour during the half-time in a September defeat to Watford that had him banned from the touchline until March 83. There was a loophole, however, and that was in naming himself as a substitute. Far from ideal, and so the season continued in the same vein.
He's still there, is Gibson, and a good cross, and here's Crooks.
On Christmas Day 81, Swansea stood atop English football. 12 months on, they were looking over their shoulder at relegation, a massive 18 points behind the leaders. The promotion of Ray Kennedy to captain had been an unmitigated disaster, marked by injury, terrible form and, in January, a suspension from the club and the eventual stripping of the armband. Whilst Robbie James was quickly handed the captaincy, his namesake, Leighton James, quietly departed on a free transfer. Terry Medwin had also gone, resigning in ill health, and his successor, former Swans manager Harry Gregg, returned to disastrous consequences when it was quickly apparent that he and Toshak didn't remotely see eye to eye. Then came the attempted exodus. Gary Stanley, partly because of Swansea's financial ills, was pimped out for just 30 grand as the club attempted to cash in on Bob Latchford as well for the measly sum of 100k. Neither move was made, nor were there any suitors for the banished Ray Kennedy. This turmoil manifested itself on the pitch as Swansea won just 1 game in the first 2 months of 1983, and before a triumph over Manchester City at the Vetch in March, they had sunk into the drop zone. An immediate 8 points from 4 matches took them above the dotted line on April the 2nd, but they were patently still in danger. Then came the onslaught. 5 shipped at home to West Ham, 3 more at Anfield as the Swans slid back into the relegation zone. A point at home to Stoke was a foothold, and then came Luton on the horizon.
Walsh gets into the middle for this one. Here's Walsh. Oh, fine goal! Donegan gets up. Walsh. Swansea keep going for one, and it's a good header by Latchford.
This was rock bottom both figuratively and literally. With 4 games left, the Swans had 3 places and 7 points to make up. They scraped together 4 points from the next 2 games. Another win might have overhauled both Birmingham and Manchester City. In the end, defeat at Old Trafford in their next game confirmed the end of top-flight football at the Vetchfield. We will be back to Wales soon to visit other clubs, and this is the first in a three-parter on Swansea City as part of our overall series this season to cover a wide range of British footballing stories from the past. All's covered in this playlist, check it out. West Bromwich Albion had their place in English football as the 1960s became the 70s. They were comfortable in the First Division and regularly took to Wembley to compete for the land's highest honours. Then they were introduced to Ron Atkinson.
He's turned inside, Brian Green off, on for Regis. Oh, what a goal!
Alan Ashman had taken West Bromwich Albion into the League Cup for the first time and drove them to 3 finals in 5 years. The 1966 League Cup had been teamed with the 68 FA Cup as Wembley had started to become a familiar haunt for the Albion. By the start of 1971, it was clear that the honeymoon period was over. Forget the fact that the Baggies had almost won the League Cup less than 12 months prior. Forget the first ever European endeavour the season beforehand. Ashman's time was coming to an end. That fact was only fast-tracked by the club's poorest returns in the cup competitions yet under the manager. Whilst they didn't reach Wembley in 1969, they had at least reached the semis in their defence of the FA Cup. Here in 70-71, they were humiliated. First, it was an October trip to White Hart Lane and a Martin Peters hat-trick that helped Spurs over the lifeless Baggies carcass into the 4th round of the League Cup. Then, after just about squeaking beyond little old Scunthorpe in the FA Cup 3rd round, their next replay wouldn't be so kind. Bobby Robson's young Ipswich side battering the Baggies by 3. West Brom did make an impact though. They decided the destination of the title after all. Obviously not for themselves, as they finished up 17th in the club's most miserable post-war season.
Pass intercepted, but Sagan is offside. The referee waving him on. Brown is going straight through, taking on Sprake. And the goal by Aston, and Leeds will go mad. And they've every right to go mad.
Jeff Astle there with the winning goal that was, from Leeds United's perspective, scandalous and a controversy. From West Brom's and Arsenal's, who went on to win the league, it was hilarious. The Maxim play to the whistle didn't enter Leeds defenders' minds, and whilst it was a refereeing error, it was easily the most important thing Albion were involved in. It earned Ashman the sack. In his place for the 71-72 campaign, another former player and coaching prodigy, Don Howe. The summer of 71 was complicated by both the manager upheaval and the impending departure of Asa Hartford. His expensive move to Leeds collapsed due to a thorough medical finding a hole in his heart. He would remain at the Hawthorns for another 3 years. In hindsight, however, the summer was successful on the transfer front. First off, John Weil was acquired from Peterborough United. He'd go on to make 619 club appearances, booyaka booyaka. Then the Baggies had Ali Robertson making his impact, also in defence, where he would represent Albion a stonking 626 times. And then you've got Gordon Nisbet, repurposed into a right-back role, making almost 150 league appearances. West Brom had now almost an entirely new backline. In truth though, it wasn't the start to the season the Baggies wanted.
Jones leaping, a back header, it goes, Giles! A goal! A beautifully worked goal!
For all the defensive improvements, West Brom were profligate in front of goal, scoring a meek 9 in 15 games. Despite that, Albion were outside the drop zone purely because of that defensive record, which bettered league leaders Manchester United as we entered November 71. Then the approach to Christmas had the club bottom, gaining 1 point from 9 fixtures in the festive period. Presumably that post-turkey dinner clarity hit the Baggies like a freight train. From 11 points in 22 games before the festivities to 16 points from their next 11 games, which, in a world of 2 points for a win, was impressive and marched the club into safety. Ultimately, Albion would post a 16th place finish, an improvement of 1 position whilst earning the same amount of points, yet they conceded 21 fewer goals and still managed to win 2 more fixtures. To remedy that scoring problem, they hoped, Willie Johnston was brought down south from Rangers for a club record 135 grand. After 1 goal in their first 5 games and just 2 points, it was going to be another long-ass season. And yet when Albion found their victory for the first time, beginning naturally with reigning champions Derby, they strung together 3 on the bounce. Those fears weren't allayed for long, however, and by the new year they found themselves only outside of the drop zone on goal average. They had been understandably dumped out of the League Cup by Liverpool in the 3rd round, but there was no need for the FA Cup's opening tie against lower league Nottingham Forest to go to 4 games. Officially down as 3 ties, the first replay was abandoned after 81 minutes owing to fog, with the ties level anyway. Ultimately, Len Cantolo led the charge at neutral Filbert Street as Albion progressed. One of these teams would win the European Cup by the end of the decade. It all made no fucking difference whatsoever, Leeds exacting revenge for 2 years prior with an Alan Clark double. Yet again, the former Baggies fanboy had ended Albion's cup dreams. With all distractions removed, Albion could now focus on their place at the foot of the First Division. In another timeline, they'd be elated by only trailing the almighty Manchester United by 3 points this far into a season. Now though, they needed wins and fast to stay in the division. They'd get one immediately at home to Arsenal before overseeing a completely winless 7-match march. 3 points from safety and Crystal Palace in 20th, the Baggies started to boing, Leicester and Everton beaten as they clambered out of the drop zone. 4 matches remained, they needed to keep winning.
Miller still going, and it's for sure! It's a goal across! Dave Cross!
They didn't keep winning. This loss at Norwich, equidistant between an Anfield defeat and then 2 losses to end the campaign at home to Manchester City and away at St Andrews. West Brom had just ended a 24-year stint in the top flight. The next was to be Jeff Astel's final season at the club, as Albion never really looked up to the fight of promotion, finishing an ultimately disappointing 8th, promotion 5 points away. They were even afforded a glimmer of hope in the cup, dispatching of Everton after a replay in the 4th round via Tony Brown. Then Newcastle United turned up to the Hawthorns.
Old Judah!
And whilst Albion had bounced up 2 places in the league to 6th, they were now 8 points behind the promotion form of Norwich City. Don Howe's departure before the end of the campaign was ultimately West Brom's gain, making his debut with 3 matches of the season remaining Brian Robson. He would net in the club's final 2 matches of the season, offering a glimmer of hope to Baggies fans who had lost all of their hope. In Howe's place would be the club's first ever player manager. Johnny Giles had started the previous season under the temporary glare of Brian Clough's disastrous management at Elland Road. After ending his West Yorkshire career on the sour note of a European Cup final defeat, he moved south to the Hawthorns to receive his belated managerial job. His first move was to install John Weil as captain. One of the few tethers to the golden age remained Tony Brown as West Brom prepared for their 3rd campaign in the 2nd tier. The Giles era at the Hawthorns started shakily with just 1 win from their first 10. West Brom could quite easily have been sucked into the danger zone, but then wins started to come a little easier. And after a win at Nottingham Forest on Boxing Day, West Brom were well placed in 7th and only 3 points off a promotion spot. Then the push came.
Getting in there again, but this might come for Brown. Too much of it. That's a good cross though. From Albion. He attacks Barrett. Good cross, Martin!
Latest win left them within the promotion spots, but placed precariously considering Bolton's game in hand, only 2 points separating the pair and the Trotters' goal average being slightly superior. 2 days later, that game in hand evaporated as league leaders Sunderland emboldened their title push with a slender win. The Albion simply had to keep winning. The goal average hardly helped with a 0-0 draw at Orient. As Bolton lined up for their penultimate game at Charlton, West Brom simply required a win from their final game, no matter what happened elsewhere, to secure promotion.
Ali Brown gets up well. Here's Tony Brown, and it's there! Tony Brown!
7 points from their last 4 games had eked out promotion. Albion were back in the big time. Then they were hit with a bombshell. Johnny Giles was resigning. Just when Albion had got their shit together, the whole thing looked as though it was going to unravel before it even started. Thankfully, the board were able to convince his U-turn, postponing the inevitable for 12 months. In the meantime, West Brom re-entered the big time.
Goes Beattie. 1 on. 3-2-1. And Beattie's going on his own. Oh! Mariner, what a beautiful opening. Oh, what a drop. Mariner on his own. All the way and won it back again. Weimar will go alone.
Heavier than that trip to Portman Road, as similar results were gleaned from a trip to Roker Park, only shipping 6, whilst Villa were able to smash 4 beyond Albion at the end of the season. But ultimately, famous victories outweighed their crippling defeats.
And again Giles. Good try, it's more! Penalty. Again, Giles kicks out Mulligan. Alistair Brown got up. Cantello. Good try! Oh! Nice touch from Alistair Brown to Tony Brown. And here's Tracy. And there's number 4.
After claiming their first win back at the end of August at home to Norwich, local bragging rights were claimed on September the 11th at St Andrews before October delivered 2 treats, 4 stuck beyond both Spurs and Man United. North London proved an unlikely comfort, wins taken from both Highbury and White Hart Lane, and it would be surely remiss of me not to mention the simple enough 3-0 win home to Everton at the Hawthorns, which featured a canine-led press, allowing David Cross to score the club's second goal. After the February humbling at Sunderland, West Brom were well placed, averaging close to a point a game, which, in this world of 2 points for a win, cosy mid-table form. Then Albion's season got even better. Laurie Cunningham was acquired for $100,000 from Orient. He'd bag a goal in a 4-0 win at home to Ipswich on his debut, finding the net 5 more times before the end of the campaign, as Albion won 7 of their last 9 to finish a stratospheric 7th. In Johnny Giles' place was a reversion to a former Albion legend, this time Ronnie Allen. He was back and he acquired Cyril Regis from non-league Hayes. He didn't do too badly, scoring on his debut in a 2-1 win over Middlesbrough to begin September, the very first of his 18 goals for the club that season.
Brown. 1-1. So it's a corner for Albion. Tony Brown with it. That's the goal, and it's gone to Weil.
Ultimately though, the Ronnie Allen era wouldn't make it to Christmas, the club playing good football and were flying high in 4th place between Liverpool and Arsenal. Just when it was all going too well, he departed to Saudi Arabia on an advisory role to the national team. The club scrambled around for temporary measures. Captain John Weil handed the keys for a few games before the club sourced their more permanent manager in January. This was a West Brom side who had gone toe-to-toe with some incredible opponents, earning a point at Elland Road and also dispatching of teams like Chelsea and Newcastle before bringing in the new year with a Tony Brown penalty at home to Leeds. They'd been annoyingly dumped out of the League Cup's 4th round by lower league Bury in late November, but this was a new era and at the helm was Ron Atkinson. Formerly a Wolves apprentice who had been tasked with waterlogging the Molineux pitch before the club's famous match with Honved in the 50s, Atkinson had spent his entire professional career playing for Oxford before he climbed the divisions managerially via Kettering and Cambridge, beginning his managerial odyssey aged only 32. His first act was to bring Brendan Baston with him from Cambridge United, making it 3 black players at the Hawthorns, which was unheard of even in these technicolor times. It wasn't long before Baston, Cunningham and Regis were nicknamed the 3 Degrees. Thankfully, 5 days before Atkinson's arrival, the suddenly rudderless Baggies were able to eliminate Blackpool from the FA Cup 3rd round. It wouldn't be an easing-in process for Atkinson. His first league game came at home to Liverpool and a trip to Old Trafford was on the cards in the Cup. Atkinson's new side held their own in this first game, losing only 1-0 to the reigning champions of Europe, and whilst the trip to Ayresome Park in the league was a little more disappointing a week later, losing by the same scoreline, Albion had managed to take United back to the Hawthorns for a replay, and it was in that very replay that the cup run was ignited.
The pitch was absolutely sodden, but the quality of football from both sides was particularly good. It was fast, it was zippy, it was exciting. I think they got an equaliser. I think it was the last kick of normal time. Gordon Hill, I think, hit a similar sort of incident actually. Hit another one that hit the post and went in off, I think, off our keeper again. But we showed a lot of character in the extra time. Went through and deservedly went through.
Without a league contest for a month, Albion knocked it out of the park at the baseball ground in the Cup's 5th round. Cyril Regis netting twice in a 3-2 win before Brian Clough's surprise league leaders Nottingham Forest were summoned to the Hawthorns 3 weeks later. When his Forest side showed up for the quarter-final, they were riding high at the top of the division, nearest challengers being Everton and Man City, who were not up to much, and 5th place Liverpool concentrating more on retaining their European crown. Meanwhile, Albion sat comfortably watching it all in 9th, a position they would improve upon with a fine run, taking both Everton and City out of the title race with April wins as they rested 6th when the music stopped. But the season had long been about the Cup, and after a mesmeric 2-0 win over Nottingham Forest, suddenly the Albion were favourites to make the final. With the likely Wembley opponent being Arsenal and Ipswich their semi-final task at Highbury, there was the possibility that Albion could do it again and win the Cup.
Wilds get closer. Woods feeds the marauding Mick Mills. That's a decent ball in. Lambert swings this one in. It almost breaks. It does break in. West Brom back in the... Woods walk for 3-1.
In the end, it was to be Bobby Robson's side lifting the trophy and not Albion. Despite the suffering in North London, it had been a productive end to the campaign. Atkinson packed the club away to an unbeaten 5-match tour of China and Hong Kong in May. It must have worked since they came out flying out of the blocks in the 1978-79 season. It all started with vengeance over Ipswich at home on the first day. Then it went from strength to strength.
Back from Regis, and was it deflected, but it didn't get hold of it. Tony Brown now. Good drive. What a goal!
Bingham letting the ball beat Houston, and he's away again to show that pace and grace and control. A nicely weighted little pass for Ali Brown, who's turned inside Brian Green off. On for Regis. Oh!
The 5 goals swept beyond Manchester United at Old Trafford was still a novelty by this stage, that it remains arguably West Brom's finest result in the top flight. They had been comfortably one of the more entertaining teams in the country. They welcomed 1979 in 3rd place behind only the Merseyside clubs and with games in hand on them both. And they had done it all alongside their first return to Europe for a generation.
Well, knocking it down for Brian Robson, and that was 1-0 after 33 minutes.
They'd not only got through the competition, but they had done so convincingly. Laurie Cunningham and Brian Robson getting the goals that eased beyond Galatasaray, not the force they are today, whilst Braga were handled by a Cyril Regis brace in Portugal. Those were simply the starters before the almighty Valencia and the great Mestalla came on November the 22nd. Valencia, a team who had won La Liga within the last decade and were due to win their first European trophy the following season against Arsenal.
So the penalty. Tony Brown. Yes, well done it. Looking cross Brown. Yes, that'll do it.
Laurie Cunningham, the man, proving his proficiency in front of a Spanish audience with an away goal that proved so crucial. Tony Brown's double back at the Hawthorns had the Baggies into the quarter-finals. By the time Belgrade and Red Star trotted up on the horizon in March, West Brom's fleeting title challenge had been cast to one side. 1979 started well at home to Bristol City, but a slew of postponements and cup replays had meant that the club had only won once more across 4 league outings before Red Star appeared.
Graham to drive it, to score, yes!
And yet, with the trip to Yugoslavia on the horizon, Albion still sat 3rd, comfortably in a position to return to Europe, even if they would be ejected out of the FA Cup at the 5th round stage between quarter-final legs. Ron Atkinson was desperate to keep that form going, even going so far as to break the British transfer fee record by acquiring David Mills for £516,000 in January. Sadly, Mills would play just 76 times for the Baggies and not make much of an impact before moving on. The season hung on the knife edge of Europe now. Red Star Belgrade feasibly a more comfortable opponent than Valencia, but one that should never ever be underestimated.
Le but de Régis.
In the end, it was those fine margins which settled the tie and dumped Albion out of Europe. Was it experience or was it a lack of quality? Either way, the club had ventured further than they had ever done before and had acquired the taste for European football. The third place finish ensured they would be back, but unfortunately, Laurie Cunningham would not be joining them, sold for a shade under £1 million to Real Madrid. Cunningham had helped break down boundaries alongside teammates Baston and Regis during his time at the Hawthorns. For a predominantly white sport, from the players on the pitch to the fans on the terraces, in dangerous times, change was starting to be made. So much so that Len Cantelou's testimonial match at the end of the 78-79 season was to pit a starting 11 of black players against one of white players. One of those on Cunningham's team that day, Remy Moses, and he would be signed by Ron Atkinson ahead of the 79-80 campaign. A campaign that didn't offer the same European adventure. It was ended at the first hurdle by yet another team we need to describe as a crack European outfit, but this time Albion barely got out of the blocks, losing the first leg comprehensively in East Germany before shipping 2 more away goals back at home. Still, it allowed the club to focus on other avenues like being dumped out of the League Cup at the fourth round stage again, this time to Norwich City, avenues like falling at the first hurdle in the FA Cup to lower league West Ham, who surprisingly went on to win the trophy. And the league, well, that wasn't the same thrill ride back on home soil either.
Duncan cross, Emery to hit it. Good goal. There were several. Oh, and Mills has done it.
Albion had regressed that much in the league that Europe was now out of reach for the foreseeable. They'd lost 7 places, 18 points, 18 goals, conceded 15 more and won 13 fewer games than the prior season. Regardless of that regression, the fact that 10th place stability was now a disappointment was a testament to just how far Ron Atkinson had taken the club. The benchmark for just how ambitious they had got was the Halfers Lane redevelopment job, which began in the early 80s. Despite a return to a rich vein of form and a return to Europe, Ron Atkinson wouldn't be around to see how bright that future could become.
Cross that in again, he can, it's a good one. Regis! Oh! An own goal on Bringon! Oh, splendid goal! What a magnificent goal!
If you're all enjoying this type of stuff, you'll probably enjoy this too, a tour of British football which takes in some of the lesser celebrated English clubs as well as giants of the game from Scotland and Wales.